All right. How's it going? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Maybe the mic is a bit too high because right now my back is like All right. What time is it? It's early. It's early. So let's do what we do. Okay, let's do what we do. Today, I think I'm in for high quality rage bait. I'm in to look at some shit. Oh man. Let's start the day. Nice. Nice.
Parts of Canada.
Okay. So we have our favorite leftist that doesn't like the liberal. Let's start this day as it should.
Look like they were ripped right out of an apocalyptic movie today. And as Canadians fled flaming homes, as innocent wildlife burns and suffocates, Prime Minister Mark Carney took to social media. Oh, not to post about any of that, though. He posted, quote, "The world wants to do more with Canada. Our MOU with Alberta will unlock those opportunities in energy and create lasting benefits for Canadians." That's right. As Canada is burning, he is boasting about a deal that's set to make the climate crisis.
Hey, how's it going, Dmitry? Going great. I got my coffee. I woke the fuck up. I'm watching my favorite rage bait. Everything's going great. How about you? How about you? Are you going? Maybe normal. Okay. That's pretty good. Have a nice drink coffee. Yes. How about you? What are you drinking? If you're not drinking anything, go get something to drink. Go get a smile on that face, okay? Go fucking crush life. Why am I positive? It's because I just woke up. Yeah, that's why. And because everything looks good for me. Everything looks good for me. It's going up. Well, maybe the markets are going to look like shit because of oil, but we'll see, we'll see. We're hanging in there, I guess. We're hanging in there. That shouldn't destroy my investments. We'll see in 10 minutes when the market's open. All right, back to our rage bait.
Crisis even worse. What's something stronger than tone deaf? And here's the thing, right? To say that Carney has been a failure when it comes to the climate crisis is an understatement. He stood alongside a beaming Alberta premier as the two announced Danielle Smith's new proposed oil pipeline to the west coast. He's admitted that Canada is abandoning its 2030 emissions reductions targets, telling Canadians we can't afford to take the kind of bold climate action that would allow us to
No, he's not saying that we cannot afford. He's saying that we were not going to hit those targets anyway, and that it is better if we have control of a bigger share of the energy, if we have control over the energy, than enslaving ourselves to the US and other countries just because we don't want to pollute. I don't know, maybe use his words correctly.
To meet them, but we can afford this, I guess. Carney is also...
Does she think that just the fact of producing oil or polluting means that the effect of climate change are like worst where you are? Does she think that climate change is like God's retribution for your bad action? Is it a weird type of karma? I don't know. That feels weird. Feels weird to me. Because it ain't, okay? It ain't. If China pollutes too much, or if the US pollutes too much, well, it's not going to help the wildfires either. So I still need an explanation on how us capping ourselves will make it better.
also all in on AI despite its thirst for water and energy.
Oh my god, you're a journalist and you still don't know that water is not an issue anymore for AI? God damn.
And is peeling back protections to keep endangered species alive in the face of corporate greed. In short, Carney is
We've talked about that. I don't give a fuck.
sending us careening faster into climate dystopia. Or, as Ali Hyder Ali of Environmental Defense told me, quote, Prime Minister Mark Carney is intent on taking a wrecking ball on Canada's climate ambitions while clearing the way for increasing fossil fuel production, which will only worsen the climate disasters and the costs Canadians are already facing. But don't worry, folks, Carney has a plan. Well, Carney, at the time I am filming this piece, which is 8 p.m. Eastern, has yet to acknowledge the dystopian climate crisis-induced horrors that are currently upending the lives of Canadians. He did post on Tuesday afternoon about an agreement for cutting emissions. Quote, the Pathways Project will be the world's largest carbon capture, utilization, and storage project built right here in Alberta. There's just one problem. The carbon capture project that Carney is touting as the salve to concerns about the emissions from a new oil pipeline, it's full of more hot air than Canada's skies right now. And if we're
But I mean, we're... That's so retarded. Oil is going to be needed, no matter what. Wouldn't you prefer it to be a little bit cleaner through carbon capture? Or do you want it to be like the worst fucking pollution-filled thing through like the US or through the Saudis or through whatever people? I feel like it's not productive. What are we doing? I'm listening to you while updating packages in my distribution. That's the way to go.
if we're going to actually address these burning skies, we're gonna have to see through the smokes of Carney's claims. Because
Okay. I don't even fucking know if I need to continue this. But like my problem with this is the focus on Carney. The issue is not Carney here. The issue is that the US elected a fucking retard that is only inclined on destroying the whole fucking world and has completely vanished any will for climate because we are essentially praying to not get annexed by this retard. So if you're frustrated, your frustration should go only one way. It should go the way of what the fuck happened in the US. And everything else happening in Canada, we would have the political leverage to do things if it wasn't from the fact that we were about to get fucking annexed. So I don't know. I don't know if she understands that, but maybe no, yell at Carney, right? Yell at the only fucking guy that can be elected and absolutely help, right? Let's yell at the only person that can help. What's the point? I'm going to yell at the nurse when I go to the hospital because I like yelling at people that help me. I'm going to yell at the person serving me at Subway because I like yelling people at Subway. Like, what are we doing?
Because, according to Hyder Ali of Environmental Defense, quote, PM Carney is trying to greenwash his fossil fuel expansion plans with carbon capture and storage. So let me
Yes,
debunk
that's
this real
always
quick.
been the
Carbon
case, but
capture
it's
and
better than
storage is
nothing.
basically exactly what it sounds like. The technology captures
Okay, I'll kill myself as she explained carbon capture and she's like, oh my god, it doesn't work. The point is not that it like captures the future fucking fuel and magically reverse like the carbon released by burning the fossil fuel. The point is that it's less worse than not capturing it.
captures carbon before it can slip away into the atmosphere. Then the company takes that captured carbon and stores it. There are other options too, such as utilizing it to make other products. So far, the technology has proven to be incredibly expensive and very inefficient at making a significant dent in emissions. For example, the Pathways Alliance, which is the group of oil sands companies that are boosting the Pathways project, they're asking for $6.5 billion in public
Well, they're not asking. They're asking for it to be scrapped because they don't like paying for them to reduce emission. You know, like the thing that Carney is trying to have happen. I don't know. Maybe she didn't read it. Maybe
public
I don't
funding
know.
to build the pipeline that would carry this captured carbon and the storage facility where it would then be kept. For that price, the project could see a net reduction of about 10 to 12 megatons of emissions by 2030. Meanwhile, the annual emissions from Alberta's oil sands, according to the latest federal figures, were 89 megatons in 2023. Not only that, but these carbon carriers
Wait. Wait. How much are they going to reduce it by 2030? Okay. So 10 to 12 million ton annually by 2030 and 40 million ton per year 2050. And the total is 89. Isn't that very great? Like, if that was the case, I would be very happy with that result. Are you kidding me? Does she think we can, like, magically not pollute by... It's oil. Oil is going to pollute. Hello? The goal is to make it the cleanest possible. Like, I don't even believe these projections. Those are too good.
By 2030. Meanwhile, the annual emissions from Alberta's oil sands, according to the latest federal figures, were 89 megatons in 2023. Not only that, but these carbon-carrying pipelines don't come without their own risks. In 2020, a pipeline carrying this captured carbon dioxide ruptured in Mississippi. The carbon dioxide from the pipeline moved through the community, poisoning people as it displaced the oxygen.
Are we that dumb? Like, we're looking at an insanely good technology that could reduce by either like 10 to 50% of the emission. We're talking about that fucking range of magic technology. And right now we have someone being like, oh my god, we have to move CO2 around, so it's dangerous. So if it breaks, and people die. Does she know how much oil, how much shit that could kill people is being transported day to day on our railways, on our street? Too much, okay, too much on our road. Let's be honest. Canada is transporting way too much on roads. We should do everything by rail. It's just more efficient. So, what the fuck are we saying here? So it's bad because it's pollution? Okay, you're just saying bad equals bad. The question is not, is pollution bad or is a broken pipeline bad? The question is this going to help? Is what we're implementing going to help? And the second question, which is probably the more meaningful question for you, is this going to help as much as an alternative? And which alternative would be better? But that's not a question being asked. Right now we're saying, oh my god, it pollutes. Mark Carney could wash away 90% of the fucking pollution, and I feel that she would still be like, it pollutes 10%. And he didn't say anything when there was wildfire, because he said 1,500 things every fucking day about it. I don't know. I don't know what we're talking about here. Like, it's a joke.
The oxygen that they need to breathe.
You need to propose a solution.
Were hospitalized and 200 had to evacuate. Hyder Ali told me,
my
quote,
God.
Pathways CCS will not mitigate the pollution from existing oil production, let alone the expanded pollution to fill a new 1 million barrel a day pipeline. He also added that, quote,
that's fair.
First Nations farmers and landowners have opposed the Pathways project.
Okay, right now you're making me love the Pathways project, okay? You know that if farmers opposed and landowners oppose something, I will 100% back it. Get them the fuck out.
Given its significant health and safety risks. All this, and here's the wild part, the carbon that's captured can also be used to extract even more oil.
Base!
In fact, that is the most common thing that it's used for. In a process called enhanced oil recovery,
Perfect.
companies can take that captured carbon and inject it into depleted oil wells, pushing out and eventually burning even more oil that would have otherwise stayed in the ground. About 73% of captured CO2 is used this way every year. Meanwhile, here in Canada,
Cool.
our government is planning to give oil and gas companies a tax credit if they use the captured carbon to extract even more oil. Yes, really. This has led Seth Klein,
Well, that's a little disingenuous.
to extract even more oil. Yes, really.
That feels a little disingenuous. What am I if I go read that, what am I going to see? Am I going to see that they are taxed, and if they do the carbon capture, they can have that tax credit to offset that tax? Is that what I'm going to read? Or am I going to read, oh, no, we're just giving you money because we want to? And we're talking about a tax credit. Is this a tax credit for a business? Business doesn't mean that we're giving them money. It just means that we remove it from their overall tax liability. Like, I feel like nothing was said here. I'm trying to understand.
Really. This has led Seth Klein, a climate change writer and activist and full disclosure brother-in-law to NDP leader Abby Lewis,
I'm sorry, but with that genetic, I'm going to have to pass on that.
to a conclusion about the Prime Minister. He told me, quote, Carney is clearly not the climate guy many people thought. He pointed to the fact that a centerpiece of the government's climate spending these days comes in the form of clean economy investment tax credits. Quote, the basic idea of these credits is that if and when a company undertakes a capital expenditure to lower carbon emissions, the government will rebate them with a tax credit worth 15 to 40% of their investment. The federal government is so enamored by this model that in its most recent spring economic update, it extended the credits and stretched credulity by offering them for LNG investments and even enhanced oil recovery CCS projects, meaning making the credit available to projects that use captured carbon to frack yet more oil. On top of
I don't know what the point is here. So let's say that we have existing infrastructure that pollutes like 1 megaton. Okay, we're just creating a number. And the company, they can make an investment to go to a model that instead of producing 1 megaton, they produce 0.5 megaton. But the issue is that just from the free market alone, just from like their calculus alone, they don't make enough profit from that switch in order to do it. But it would produce less pollution at the end of the day. It would pollute less. But they don't make enough profit to justify it. So then that tax credit allows you to still make the switch even if financially before it didn't make sense. So we end up reducing emissions or being more efficient, which is the most important thing here. Where's the problem? Wouldn't we want that? Or we just want our oil to come from the US where they're going to like burn half of it on the way through because why the fuck not? Is that the idea? Like this is good. Like if you like let's take the most insane version of this. If you have a coal plant and you switch it to LNG, yes, both pollutes, but LNG, like coal, is way worse than LNG. Like, of course I would want nuclear or hydro, but sometime it's way easier. Not sometime, it just always is. It's way easier to convert existing installation from coal to LNG than it is to build brand new hydro or brand new nuclear. So the government helping this transition, that's a positive. That's what we want to see because it removes pollution from the system. And if it meant that they would produce more electricity, thus end up polluting more, well, they're replacing coal. Like, that's already a good goal. Just removing this is already a good goal. Same thing is true with everything she just said. Like, I understand people that fought for climate change that were, like, truly drinking from the Trudeau, like, flow and vibe of, like, we're going to fucking fix it, we're going to hit all of our targets. But it was clear at the end that it was fucked. Alberta wasn't going to follow it. And look, we can say whatever the fuck we want, but we cannot really force an entire province to be raked by taxes that they don't want to pay. That's just the best way to end up fucked. So we needed to move. We needed to do something else. We needed to find another solution. Mark Carney has provided that new solution. What are we expecting right now? Are we expecting to levy new carbon tax in order to fix this? I don't know. Like, it's not realistic. There's no solution here. It's just rage.
Of all of that, Klein warned that even if carbon capture and storage was able to capture almost all oil and gas production emissions, which, as we already went over, it doesn't even come close to doing, it would, quote, still be a fraudulent climate solution. Quote, that's because 80 to 85% of the carbon pollution from oil and gas isn't from the production. It's from when that oil and gas reaches its destination and is burned. And
yes.
CCS does nothing to reduce those emissions. It's like being comforted
yes.
by a tobacco CEO telling you that none of the workers in his factory smoke. Who cares? So all in all, it's clear.
Yes. It turns out that if you were listening to the news, you would know that Mark Carney is also trying to help with the other side of that equation, because he is redoing the shit, I don't remember the name. Canada 10-year bond. We know me. Okay. Canada green electrification. Maybe it is on Hydro-Quebec. Okay, so... Are we going to find it? Alright, look, I have no clue how I'm going to find this. No cost, heat pump. Okay, this is based on something that was created by Mark Carney. Well, not created, but done again. So the idea is that the federal government grants a few $1 million, by that I mean hundreds of millions of dollars, to the provinces, so that they install heat pumps to low-income households, like me, so that we can have heating that is way more efficient, then use less electricity, then be able to use that new free space of electricity to electrify more homes, to make sure that more people use electricity, and this whole nice cycle of polluting less and making everything more efficient is made possible by Mark Carney shoving money into that. Are we going to talk about that, lady? Are we going to talk about that? Or are we just bringing on the brother-in-law of the most infamous liar of the NDP to say, oh my God, he's not fixing the fact, he's not reviving all the Jews of the Holocaust? Like, what am I supposed to say here? He cannot fucking bend the universe. That's not a possibility. He can try to push everyone to use electricity. He can try to push everything to be more efficient. He can put money into it. He cannot fucking revive your dead grandfather.
It's like being comforted by a tobacco CEO telling you
All right.
it's clear that Carney's climate promises around carbon capture and storage are basically just him blowing smoke. Meanwhile, conservative leader Pierre Poilievre is filming videos mocking people who care about the climate crisis. And Ontario Premier Doug Ford cut the province's budget for emergency forest firefighting.
Yeah, maybe talking about these people who are actually the problem and actually wants, like, if you ask them, is it important? Sorry, is it important to lower the pollution and make sure that we try to have as clean of an energy grid, as clean as a transport model as possible? They will say, no, fuck you. I want more car. Let's go burn that fuel. Should we trash these people, or should we trash the prime minister, which essentially has the most fucking clean background of all, and the only reason why he's forced to do that is because he has no choice, because Donald Trump is fucking the world economy? I don't know. Maybe we should trash these people and not wait until the last 30 fucking seconds of the video.
Politicians from Canada's biggest parties are failing us on the climate crisis. That's why it's up to Canadians to remind politicians that we still care about having a livable planet. We won't be fooled by greenwashing and fear.
Like, that's my issue. Is that how is attacking the Liberal achieving that? How is attacking insistently the Liberal achieving a better climate? Because it ain't. You could try to push the Conservative towards having a real position on climate. You could try to push your people south of the border, right? Our great American allies, quote unquote, to become intelligent again and to vote for the correct fucking party. Or no, you could just fucking yell at all the liberals telling them, you're so evil for what, actually governing?
Fear-mongering around Donald Trump. We need to get organized and make our voices heard. As the dystopian scenes today have made clear, our future depends on it. What do you think of all this?
Reading these comments are gonna kill me. That's going to kill me. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Why are we swarming the fucking premiere? Wait, Nova Scotia? I never remember who's the... I'm sorry, New Brunswick and Nova Scotia have the same place in my mind, but I think the New Brunswick... Yeah, New Brunswick is the lady. The Liberal lady. I like her. And I have no fucking clue for Nova Scotia. Ah, it's Tim. Okay. I mean, I don't know. I don't know anything about him. Don't know anything about them. Alright. We're gonna watch something else soon. But I have to go and pee. So, what will I do? I'll put some slop. You know what? Rage bait me.
Let's have a laugh.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to check in on our favorite rhinestone cowboy.
You know what? I'm agreeing with this.
He's a rhinestone cowboy. Pierre Poilievre. Looking chic as
Spending
hell.
goes to enhance.
Chic as hell at the Stampede. I have to say, Pride Month is over, but I'm glad to see him have a last-minute celebration. I mean, Jesus Christ. For those of you on TikTok, we are just taking a little peek at Pierre Poilievre's fashion from Stampede. He wore a beautiful white satin number. That's got to be satin, not silk. With lots of embroidery that almost looks glittery, but I think that might just be the lighting. And he's got a big old cowboy hat with a conservative logo on. And I'm gonna be honest, he does look flamboyant in it. And there's nothing wrong with that. But given how he speaks about the 2S LGBTQI community, you would think,
I agree.
You can tell he doesn't have a lot of friends in the community.
Oh, really? Really? You think so? You think my guy, my guy that's like not stopping his own caucus from being like, gays should be gassed. Like, you think that guy doesn't have a lot of gay friends? I don't know. I haven't checked lately. So, okay. Do we have any other fucking high quality rage bait? Can we have a real, like, timeline that's not a, like, bin face, yogurt mail, and fucking WhatsApp Benjamin Netanyahu? Like, fucking hell. Alright. What is this fucking retardation? Okay. What are we going to find? Maybe we should just watch the news. Oh, my stocks. My stocks. Give me the news. And oof. Oh boy. We are seeing the we are seeing the Red Mountains. What are we? Are we fucking West Virginia up in here? Red Mountain, West Virginia. All my capital is gone because of Trump. If you invested in oil, better kill yourself. Because your money's gone and you're gonna cry, voted Trump. Invested in Trump crypto. Every day, now I'm poor. Yes, Trump. Okay. Oh, my trash stock. Don't stop. Run. Run, little trash. Run. I see the trash truck. It's coming. Okay. My investments are getting trounced today. Holy. Please don't fail me, TD. Please. TD, I just need you to go up a little bit more, okay? I'm selling. I'm selling soon. I just need 5%. 5%. Oh, man. No, I'll be okay. I made a shitload of money yesterday. So I don't give a fuck. But it's still rough. It's still rough. Seeing the US absolutely nuke itself, it's hard to see. It's hard to see. Alright, breaking news. Iran tells Houthis to close the Red Sea gateway to US its power network. Oh yeah, we got blockage to... No, it's embargo to Redux. Electric Boogaloo. You look a lot like Oral San. Who is Oral San? It sounds like Oral Sand. What? How do I... Wait a second. I'm trying to compare here. The nose doesn't fit. Well, I have the shave to fit with him. That's for sure. I guess his hair, because I have like this on, I look a lot like him, because you see my forehead a lot. I have small eyes as well, okay? As soon as there's sun, I'm like... So... I relate with this. Maybe I do. I don't know him. Oh no, a white rapper? Not a white rapper. Oh no! Wait. Oh no! Oh no, he's French! Oh no! Oh no. The lyrics. Okay, I'm sorry. White French rappers are so laughable because for us French Canadians, well, for a lot of us, not all of us, but French people from France sound gay. Like just gay. So when you have a rapper with the French accent, it like it's all the right notes. So yeah, I'm not going to play anything because that's like a copyright strike waiting to happen. But yeah, and also I'm face blind, so me trying to compare faces, don't even think about it. Okay, so that's a thing. So when is my oil going to spike? I don't know. Like I'm starting more and more to believe that Trump is just going to go boots on the ground. I don't know how he would do it because he would need like congressional approval and all that shit. But it seems that the army generals are his fucking slave right now and are absolutely retarded. So they might just find a way to do it. And say, see, our people are dying because you didn't approve this deal. Give me money. What do you mean, bro? What the fuck? What is it that you disagree? Or what is it that you think? Maybe I'll put the music on. There you go. But yeah, closure of the Red Sea would be intense. But look, I don't even care. I don't even know what to say. Like the Middle East is like there's a part of me that is like, well, now the Middle East, like every country in the Middle East cannot be a superpower. They cannot grow with that shit. So if they were somehow enemies, well, they're not enemies anymore. They're fucked. But also, what the fuck are we doing? Like, what's the point of all this? The US is just losing. Canada's not being affected, so like am I supposed to be happy about this? But I don't know. It feels just dumb. But yeah, the US will need to invade. Like there's the reason why I'm saying that is because there's no possible slowing down. So you had a deal. You had the deal that you supposedly made, and the trust between the two parties were incredibly low. But then you broke that deal. Well, you broke that deal. So now what are they supposed to do? Are they supposed to do a new deal? Well, why would they subscribe to that new deal if there's anything negative to them because you broke the last one. So the best you're gonna get is a kind of a weird ceasefire with no win from Iran. And the only way to change that is to put boots on the ground and to essentially just kill as much Iranian as possible. I'm not saying that it's good, just saying that it's the, like, from Trump, if Trump has actual advisors, that's what they're going to tell him. They're going to tell him, you have two choice, dear president, dear leader, you have two choice. Either you leave and you pretend you won while you lost, or we fucking flatten Iran. We'll see. Nothing would surprise me. I just wish that I can cash out my investment before, so I can make more money. Yes, more suffering, more death. Oh yeah, and Trump's going to do a little dumb speech about election. And it turns out, from the information that people are talking about, Trump will talk about China's interference in the 2020 election. The big issue is that China, in the 2020 and 2016, and Russia as well, they were overwhelmingly on the favor of Trump. Because what they were doing is essentially saying both sides are the same. They were doing everything to discredit both sides. When you discredit both sides, the only person that wins is the one that doesn't have any positives to them, right? The biggest retard win when we clean the slate, or when we dirty up both sides of the slate. So this is going to be fucking retarded. But hey, who knows? Maybe he'll use that in order to deploy ICE to polling stations, and we now live in a fascistic state while having the worst fascist. I don't know. We'll see what the US does. We'll see. Zelensky dismissal of Ukraine's defense chief spark political crisis. I don't know. Have you? Do you have an opinion about that, Dmitry? Like they're replacing Fedorov, which was like the last minister, or well, the last guy that wasn't swapped out of his. No, sorry, the last guy that is still in a like high government position from the start. But like from what I read, it makes sense. Like the idea was that Fedorov was essentially fighting with whoever the chief of the army is, like the top brass of the non-political part of the army. And when that happens, normally you should side with the people that actually have the job, not because the people voted for him, but because they are competent. So I don't know. It feels like this is the move to do. And I'm also just I hate everything the voter does, so if you're elected, haha, you're gone. But hey, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know anything about this. Like, who is our boy? Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, Alexander. I guess that's the Ukrainian version of Alexander. Alexander Syrsky. Wow, this wasn't as bad. Okay. Okay, we're doing great. But yeah, like, I'm not going to push some bad things to him. If he's there, he's probably good. And he should be listened to more than some dumbfuck. What is he, 28? Oh, 35. No, he started at 28. Like, I'm sorry, if you're Yeah, you're born in 1991. You look like a you look like a French rapper. No, I'm not going to be sad when you're switching position. Like, that's just as it is. Like, I would never expect to be chief of the fucking defense of Ukraine. I have no experience in that, and I highly doubt that he has. Anyway, that's what's going on in our favorite country after Canada. All right. Sports boring. Canadian wildfire smoke chokes Toronto, certain US cities. I find it funny that each time that we're getting fucking swamped because of some forest fire, the US is like, there's pollution on our side of the border, that's bad. Okay. Yeah, that looks... Oh, wow, that looks bad.
Well, you can definitely smell it. Absolutely. As soon as I woke up in the morning, I went outside on my terrace, and you could definitely smell the smoke in the air, and it's very hazy out. So absolutely, it's noticeable. I think you have to be silly if you're not going to be concerned about climate change. It's definitely here. It's definitely happening, and it's happening globally. So yes, there's a concern. But at the end of the day, the option is either to stay inside your house and not enjoy the Canadian summer, or get out there and embrace it as best you can. So that's what I'm choosing.
What a based way to think about life. God damn. That's a cute little picture. The little Canada goose. Being like, quack, motherfucker. Okay. Okay. Apart from that, how bad is Canada burning today? Oh wow, we're doing fucking great. Alberta is not burning too much. Manitoba too. BC is probably... Okay, BC's getting fucking destroyed. What about Europe? Europe is getting cooked. Alright, what about Ukraine? Ukraine's getting cooked too. Well, I'm not saying... Just to be clear, Ukraine is part of Europe. But I like to choose the countries, okay? And Poland... Poland's getting cooked. The UK is in hell. Okay, cool. Any other news? Any other news? I guess not. We will need to find more rage. Okay, more rage bait. Give me more rage bait. Oh, right. Can we have a news thing? Oh, there it is. God damn!
When you see the roar of a bar fire spewing out the front door like this, like
The
a jet
fuck?
engine, that's unusual. Then you see the headline.
Holy shit! Someone got out of there.
Then you see the
Look at this. This person is burning, running out of there. What the fuck?
headlines. At least 27 dead in this Bangkok pub fire, and that number looking like it's still going to go higher, considering how many serious injuries there are. That's alarming. What happened? And why did so many people die? When you look at the photos of the aftermath, all of the furniture looks just uniformly charred, like a campfire. But there are two main clues we can take a closer look at. One is where the fire started, and it's being widely reported that the stage might have been the spot. There was a band performing there at the time. And the Associated Press quotes the country's prime minister as saying it might have been a circuit breaker near there, causing the power to go out, followed by an explosion, and then the bar filling with smoke. So, fire near the stage. Then the question becomes, where did people seek refuge? Multiple reports cite witnesses as saying people ran away from the fire, meaning away from the stage, towards the bathrooms in the back. According to the BBC, most of the dead were found in a bathroom where they had apparently sought shelter. Here's the inside of the bar. You can see, first of all, how densely packed it's meant to be. Here's what it's like on a busy night. And when the fire broke out, it was around midnight on a weekend, so very possibly another busy night. This is the stage, and note this pattern of windows, along with this rising concrete structure just behind in the street. Both features line up with this exterior angle, where we can see that same pattern of repeating windows and this concrete structure sloping upwards. That's a major roadway. This is the front of the building, and it's where this video was taken from. This is all important to know because it explains why people might have run towards the back of the building where the bathrooms are. It's possible they had no choice. The fire was burning near the front, the main way in and out, except running towards the bathroom may have been the worst choice.
Bathrooms may or may not have windows in these types of establishments. And so a windowless bathroom with no additional ventilation and certainly no additional egress route, it typically can end in scenarios of smoke inhalation.
Yeah, the number one killer in a fire typically isn't being burned by the fire itself. It's breathing in all the toxic smoke and gas. And while it's tempting to think that having a bathroom door as a barrier and access to running water just might save your life, there's also generally no way out of a bar bathroom except the way you came in. And if the plumbing catches fire, the only running water you have might be scalding hot. But again, was there an alternative? Why go into the bathroom if there was, for example, an emergency exit nearby?
Oh my god, no fucking way.
Right now, the investigation into this deadly fire is dominated by one question. Why were dozens of people unable to get out? The answer may be as simple as the fact that dozens of people may not have been able to find a way out. Fire exits were reportedly either unmarked or at least not obviously marked to everyone there, and there were doors that were simply blocked or locked altogether. Tables and other items may have been blocking exits. According to the governor of Bangkok, there are 2 fire exits. One is near the kitchen. There were beer crates in the way. And according to one Thai publication, another exit was reportedly secured with 2 padlocks and lacked a fire exit sign. The question investigators will be trying to answer is whether the bar's front door, the one at least partially blocked by fire, was the only real way in and out. And according to this Google review, if it was, this may have been a recurring problem. Google translates this as, there is only one way in and out. If something were to happen, it would be terrifying. The owners responded, there are 4 entry and exit points, but they are opened only in the event of an emergency. This exchange, it took place a year ago.
Oh my god, that's bad.
Scenarios, we will sometimes see that the egress points are blocked. Again, maybe the main one is not, but the others are.
And if there was, in fact, only one open door as this fire consumed the bar, that might at least partially explain why the flames shot out of it like this. Woo! Wow, wow! Because if the fire was burning, consuming the oxygen inside, and then suddenly you have this rush of air, fuel flowing in, that creates an explosive force, a backdraft, outward. And what's really alarming is when you stop to consider how this single explosion from new air flowing in turned into this kind of blowtorch. How violent would this fire have to have been to become what's sometimes known as
We're seeing someone dying right now.
Fire? What is happening is that you've got a very fuel-rich load environment in these kinds of structures. It's when this ignition source meets this likely untested finished material, whether it is combustible foam or facades. This gives the fire energy to continue to burn at greater speed and intensity.
The big thing is you have an enclosure, you create this fuel-rich environment that basically causes the conditions for air to flow in, mix, and then cause a backdraft.
So in the end, this fire was intense, causing a power outage that would have caused confusion, while also possibly blocking the one-way in and out, forcing people into an even more enclosed death trap behind a bathroom door, where victims may simply have suffocated to death. The irony here is that Thailand has fairly comprehensive fire safety laws. Whether they're always properly implemented and enforced, that's another question.
Holy shit. I feel a little traumatized. Holy. Okay. Let's get more news. How about we try something new? Let's set things up differently. Can I copy this? Duplicate. Let's call this gaming. We're gonna try something, okay? Gonna try doing this. Okay. And that second window could be here. We could do this. Property, open selector. Oh, let's remove the cropping there. Oh shit, I'm fucking up this one too, I guess. Okay, let's just remove this. Open this. Screen capture. Vid. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. Or maybe let's go for the top. I feel like we're missing a piece there. Do I want to reduce this a bit? Maybe not. Oh, wait. If I like
Despite
do this, and then I would need to crop it. Okay, I think I got it. 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 I think we'll crop. And we will play some games. Because playing games is fun. I said filter, not property. Okay, thank you. Drinking coffee is not a good idea. Here we go. Here we go. We're at the top. Okay, no zoom. To 25, to 50. Okay, top 250 as well. Oh, we're cutting too much. 150. Well, that looks like it. Bottom 150 as well. Oh. Looks like we're having it. Okay, and that one would be 250. Oh, a bit more. 260. 270. And let's just do 260 for this one. Yeah, this looks perfect. Let's just have
Reform still
fun.
topping the polls, things really don't seem to be going that well for Reform or Nigel
Give me a moment,
Farage.
I'll be back.
As we've mentioned in a couple of videos already in the last few weeks, the scandals surrounding Nigel Farage and his finances have put serious pressure on him, drawing negative attention towards the party and kickstarting rumours that Farage may just not have the drive to continue in his role as leader. In an attempt to counter this narrative, though, last Tuesday, Nigel Farage announced that he would step down as an MP in order to trigger a by-election in Clacton. There were two reasons for this. Firstly, it would allow him to frame the by-election as a way of letting the people of Clacton, rather than the Standards Committee, decide whether he should still be an MP, in light of his financial scandals. Second, it would give him the opportunity to prove that Reform is still able to win by-elections, after a string of pretty miserable results for the party. However, already it's looking unlikely that Farage will be successful on either of these. So, in this video, we're going to have a look at this new by-election, what's likely to happen, and whether any of the likely outcomes will improve either Farage or Reform's position. This spring, we visited Greenland to discover the country and find out why it's been such a major geopolitical flashpoint. While there, we camped on a glacier, trekked through the wild to find abandoned military installations, and explored the melting oceans, all to answer the question, what's the big deal with Greenland? The documentary is now streaming exclusively to TLDR party members. You can sign up or watch the full trailer by clicking the link in the description. Now, it's worth starting this video by going through in a little more detail exactly why Farage stood down. In the last few weeks, Farage has been accused of failing to declare benefits or payments made to him in the 12 months before.
I think I should just start by having our YouTube chat thing so that I don't lose anything. So it's Python, YouTube, chat one.py dash stream. Is there a dash? I think there is. Okay. Let's go find the stream ID. Wrong one. Okay. So if we test, don't destroy my ears.
Maple Circuit says SD.
Okay. I think that's reasonable. Let's put that here. Let's go play some games. Let's do this. Okay, this looks like it's working. So the thing that we'll check is, do we lag?
Before he became an MP in 2024, which, as per the rules of the House of Commons, he was required to do. That is, unless the benefits or payments were personal. This is why Farage has claimed the £5 million given to him by Christopher Harborne was a gift, and that the security and social media staff provided to him by George Cottrell were provided in a personal capacity. However, this isn't up to Farage to decide. As we explained in our other
Cool.
2 videos on Farage, the Parliamentary Standards Commissioner launched an investigation into the Christopher Harborne payment, and it seemed possible, likely even, that an investigation would be opened into Farage's financial relationship with Cottrell. If the Commissioner decided that Farage had broken the rules and suggested that a suitable punishment for Farage was a 10 or more day suspension from the House of Commons, and the Parliamentary Standards Committee agreed, then a recall petition would have been opened. If at least 10% of Clacton constituents signed it, then a by-election would have been called. It seems that Farage was hoping that by calling a
I'll lower the
by-election
sound.
himself, he would have been able to skirt this process. This isn't the case, though. The Commissioner will continue their investigation if and when Farage is re-elected as an MP, opening the possibility for a second Clacton by-election later in the year. Nonetheless, Farage won a stonking majority back in 2024, 20 points ahead of the Conservative candidate, and looks incredibly likely to win this by-election, and any other potential future by-elections this year. So, what's the problem? Well, as we explained in the intro, Farage nominally had 2 main aims for the by-election: to sidestep the Standards Committee by securing a mandate in Clacton, and to build momentum for reform and prove that they can win elections. He will likely achieve neither, and actually make both situations even worse. The biggest problem comes with the first aim.
He
As we
truly
already
destroyed
explained, the
himself.
Commissioner will
Farage is a
continue the
retard.
investigation when Farage is re-elected, which Farage and his team probably already knew. If they get to the point of sanctioning Farage, and assuming he is suspended from the House for more than 10 days, and a recall petition is subsequently triggered, Farage's team probably banked on being able to stop 10% of residents signing it. They could have pointed to the earlier Clacton by-election, and the mandate Farage won, and claim it's just unnecessary. Failing this, if 10% of residents did sign it, Farage could have tried to simply undermine the legitimacy of the second by-election. He could have just argued it wasn't necessary, as Clacton residents had already had their say. However, none of this works now that the other parties have said they won't stand a candidate, as the by-election has already descended into farce. The only notable figure standing against Farage is Count Binface, and barring the British public
Binface.
being very funny, everyone knows Farage will win comfortably. It's worth pointing out that this isn't something Farage expected to happen, with him responding to the Daily Mail, who asked him if he had considered the possibility of him being the only serious candidate. No, of course not. Why would they not contest? It's a real election. Essentially then, as Farage isn't standing in a real competitive by-election, he can't attempt to undermine the need for a second one. Making matters even worse for him is the fact that this also means that this by-election is unlikely to help Farage achieve his second aim of building momentum for reform. Sure, Farage will win this by-election, but again, the fact it's not a competitive one means that little can be taken from this victory. If he'd increased his majority from 2024 in a by-election in which other parties were standing, he could point to this as evidence of reform's momentum. However, pointing to an increased majority from 2024 in a by-election against Count Binface doesn't really do this. What all of this does do, though, is keep reform in the headlines for all the wrong reasons. Discussions will continue about Farage's finances and about his failure to declare his financial interests when he became an MP in 2024. So what does this all mean for Farage and reform? Well, given that there was already speculation prior to this whole saga that Farage may be growing tired of leading the party and frustrated that things aren't going their way at the moment, there is an increased risk that Farage could step down as leader. Reform polling is only going to be pushed down further with the arrival of Andy Burnham as PM, who will likely see a honeymoon period bounce in the polls. In fact, we're already starting to see this play out. Additionally, with Farage's finances in the spotlight, it's likely that this will only damage Reform polling even further. Polling shows that even among Reform voters, 40% think that he's being honest about his finances. And it should go without saying, if Farage does opt to resign as leader, Reform is in for a world of problems. There would likely be a bitter leadership contest between the highly ambitious senior figures such as Richard Tice, Zia Youssef and Robert Jenrick. Both the old-school, formerly Tory Eurosceptics would clash with the younger, more right-wing supporters in this battle for the soul of the party, undermining unity and causing very public rifts. For a party attempting to show it's different to the mainstream and hold on to its polling lead, such a contest would be a disaster. Now, as you're probably aware, it's kind of impossible to avoid talking or thinking about the big players that control our world.
Thank you, TLDR News. No, Farage is a big retard. Like, calling a by-election because you're essentially investigated for fraud. How the hell do you do that? How do you fuck that up? I don't know. You know what?
What a
Let's
week in
go
Canadian politics.
listen to
New
some
Senate
conservatives.
appointments, a new pipeline, and new submarines. Those are just some of the issues we'll talk about on today's episode.
Is this
of Public
AI?
Politics. As always, I'm grateful to be joined by
Wait,
David
what the
Coletta, the
fuck?
founder and chair of Abacus Data, and Amanda Galbraith,
360p.
co-founder and principal at Oyster Group. David and Amanda, it's always great to speak with you.
What happened?
Guys, if we thought we were going to get a break in the summertime,
Am I
it
listening
seems
to
like
AI?
Prime Minister Carney's determined for that not to be the case. A really big week for the Prime Minister. And on the back half of the show, we'll talk about what
It's
that
old.
big
It's 4
week
days
for
ago.
the government means for the Conservative opposition. But let's start with the Prime Minister, David. From the Senate appointments to the pipeline to kind of fulfilling his promise on increasing military spending and Canada's defense capacity. What did you make of the Prime Minister's week?
Well, I mean, I think it's another week of ambition. I was musing as I was traveling this week, like has a government in its first 15 or so months been, let me just say, they haven't got everything done, but the ambition of what they are trying to do, the rollback of significant parts of the Trudeau agenda, spending hundreds of millions of dollars on defense, at the same time as they're trying to renew the Kuzma trade deal, feels like this is unlike what we've seen in many administrations. Like, it does feel like this government I now kind of landed on is on a wartime footing without a war. I mean, there's multiple wars going on, but one in which we're actively engaged. And so the ambition of the week, the willingness of this government to do things that you might otherwise think would be either controversial, divisive, unpopular. I mean, they basically rolled back Senate reform that Trudeau did, more or less.
He's opening the window.
Without much of a whimper. And all of this is happening at a time when its approval rating is holding up at a level that we have not seen for quite some time. So it's doing a lot.
So one thing that I'm also wondering about Canadian politics in general, is it that is approval rating are truly holding up, or is it that we have no opposition party that are serious right now? Because we live in a serious time. We live in a time where, people want to have solutions to their problem. They don't only want to have vibes because, they're scared. So what are we seeing right now? Are we seeing truly Carney as a person, like people loving him? Or is this all a mirage from the fact that the Conservative are employing a retard and the NDP are employing a retard? Look, I love Mark Carney, so I would like it to be like, oh, people really like Mark Carney himself. But I don't know how much this is true.
Lot, and it's not like dipping into the savings account to do that, which is rare, right? A lot of times governments early on in a mandate might spend a lot of that political capital and see its approval rating come down. That hasn't been the case for this government. So it's another week of like a whirlwind amount of content for us to talk about, but also for Canadians to sort of assess where does it all fit. But also, I think there's a general sense that like the amount of things this government's doing, its ambition, is where most of the public wants it to be, because they perceive this external threat.
Bro.
And this is, I think, what those who voted Liberal wanted. They wanted a government that was going to be activist in the sense of doing big things, trying to do big things, and we'll see whether it turns out the way that Mark Carney has said it will.
Amanda, I'll come to you in a minute, but just to affirm David's analysis this morning in the Globe and Mail, columnist Andrew Coyne writes, we've been forced to change course on any number of fronts at the same time. The most radical reprisal of our prospects and direction in at least 40 years, maybe since 1945, maybe ever. So he's thinking along the same lines as you, David. Amanda, it seems to me that the biggest development this week is the pipeline deal. Keeping in mind both the referendum to come in the fall in the province of Alberta about the province's future in Canada, but also the decade-long animus between the province and the federal government. This does, setting aside for a second what one thinks about the intricacies of this deal and what it means, and we've been critical of parts of it at the Hub, just from a big picture point of view, federal provincial relations, this does seem like a pretty significant development.
Yeah, I would agree. It's a significant development, and I had the benefit or the marathon training at the Stampede this weekend, and got to see Danielle Smith sort of stomp on it a few times. Because I was at like 3 receptions in one day, and that woman was at every single one of them, and was active on my social wall. But I was like, how is this possible? She must be exhausted.
She's following you.
No, I think I was following her. I find her very impactful. Yeah, I think it's massive, and it's also, there were 2 pipelines, by the way. There's the pipeline going west, and there's also the pipeline that she announced with Premier Ford. Right, there were actually 2 pipelines announced. It's a huge deal. It's a ton of political capital. It also comes, as you mentioned, like submarines. He's out back now on the international circuit. There was a lot of like, I think, buzz and energy and heft in Calgary.
It's fun to listen to conservatives.
I think they feel like they're
try
really
to find a
having
reason.
moment. And I think it's very politically significant, ambitious. Now, yes, some things are happening. They are big and politically ambitious, but again, we also have like Build Canada Homes that hasn't really built very many Canada homes, and we have a whole bunch of
I swear, guys, we're gonna see him fail.
Talk a lot about housing, and that there's not a lot of movement on that. So I think,
oh no,
again, this government talks a great game. I think Canadians really like to see it, but I think the proof is in the pudding, and a lot of these things are multi-year, decade-long processes, which will be contingent on a supportive government staying in place, which includes the Kearney, in theory, would be the Kearney government, or I think a like-minded conservative or more conservative government to continue to push that through. So that requires some political.
Oh yeah, cooperation from the Conservatives.
Also, having come into government,
that happens.
People think it's like, oh, the Conservatives come in, it's a ton of change, and I would say, yeah, like the whiplash you're getting, even the Senate stuff, like the Senate modifications were stupid, and they didn't work, and you see the
She's
results
talking
of
about
that,
the
I think,
Trudeau.
all the time. I think the Senate actually can be like a really working system that does a nice sober second thought. It isn't hyper political, but it is a political chamber, and it should be treated as such. Pretending that it's nonpartisan, I think, is complete BS.
Okay, this idea that the Senate is a political chamber is fucking retarded, because when the Senate was created in Canada, it was created as sober second thought. So that's a quote from John A. Macdonald, the founder, okay? So when they create it, the reason why they say sober second thought is because it should be outside of the bounds of the retardation of politics. So partisanry is part of that retardation, and limiting that retardation, like this is what we need in order to get to good policy. We won't get good policy by just saying, oh yeah, let's be more partisan. Like, this doesn't help anything. I feel like her idea is that the Conservative will like win 15 times the election and get all the seats, so she wants that to happen. But like, there's no upside for the Senate to be a political chamber, to be something with partisanry at its core. I just have never seen the expressed benefit of that. It will just make the people elected to the Senate or appointed to the Senate worse, and overall the relation between the Senate and the population even worse.
But I just think, it'll be interesting to see how all these chips and pieces evolve over the length and time of this government, how long he stays in office.
Yeah, well said. It's certainly been a common theme in these conversations, hasn't it? High on ambition, high on rhetoric, TBD on execution. But as David said earlier, at least when it comes to ambition and rhetoric, there seems to be a kind of mind meld between the Prime Minister and the Canadian public. David, let's transition to potential risks for the government. It appears that not only the deal with Premier Smith has landed well in Alberta, whereas I agree with Amanda. My sense in talking to people in and around the Calgary business community, they're feeling pretty good about the moment and feeling pretty good about the Prime Minister.
Yeah.
There's also the deal with the province of British Columbia, which sought to kind of purchase, for lack of a better term, political peace with the EB government and accessible Liberal voters in that province. I
Well,
saw some analysis this
not
week
really,
that showed
not that part.
that Abby Lewis's name recognition is pretty low. We learned this week that Abby Lewis doesn't intend to stand for a election in a forthcoming by-election. To what extent is...
And Avi Lewis, let's be clear, from the polls that have come out, I believe, like, most people don't know who he is, and the people that knows who he is, it's highly divided. So it's like 50-50, 50% loves them, well, like him, and 50% fucking hates him. So I don't actually know how good that is, right? If you already have a Poilievre-like approval or quantity of people that loves you, what's the point of this? Okay, fire support. Yeah, let's get this shit. All right.
Is the government vulnerable on the pipeline deal on its left flank? And to what extent are Avi Lewis, the NDP, kind of missing that moment?
Look, I don't think there's much vulnerability right now. I think that
True.
There's going to be some levels of opposition, but the question is it enough to cause people to say this? The rest of the government's agenda, the skill set that people see in the prime minister personally overrides their discomfort with some of the things and some of the orthodoxies, frankly, that at least as they relate to the Trudeau era of the Liberal Party, that this government has undone pretty quickly and pretty rapidly. Like, the whiplash I think some Liberals probably are feeling is pretty substantial. But I come back to my thesis from before.
No, we like good governance.
If we are in a wartime kind of setting, then I think that likely excuses a lot of this for the government. It doesn't create much space for Mr. Lewis or even Mr. Poilievre to come in and make a case that these substantive policy changes and decisions don't align with the overall goal, which I think most Canadians agree with, which is we need to make ourselves more self-reliant, less reliant on the United States. And I'm doing some polling right now. I launched a survey yesterday that shows overwhelmingly Canadians, want Canada to pivot away from the United States. They want
Goddamn, my boy is spitting.
Even on the pipeline from Alberta to Ontario, early indications are Canadians support that idea. They want both pipelines. Give me both, is kind of the...
Yeah, but I think that, like, one interesting thing that he could pull about would be how, like, do Canadians truly support just fucking anything? Because I feel that this is the case. I feel that you could... Okay, maybe not that, but you could have a fucking rape factory, Ontario. We're now independent from the US for our rapes. We do all local grown, and people would love it, right? So is it that anything that has us looking away from the US is positive? If so, that's cool with me. It simplifies the job of the Liberals, but that feels like that's the world that we are right now. But I think that that's the biggest issue for the Liberals, because whenever we'll see this vision of we need to get away from the US, whenever this argument will crumble, whenever it will become less viable, that's going to be hard as fuck to govern. So yeah, probably a good idea to call an election a little bit before the US election in order to make sure that this argument is still viable. When I say the US, I mean 2028. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Kind of the answer I'm seeing initially in the survey. So it does tell me that there's a place, but it's going to be really hard still for Avi Lewis and, as we're going to talk about in the second half, Pierre Poilievre, to make hay of it. I mean, I was trying to think about history a little bit here, Sean and Amanda, and I was like, okay, let's go back to another famous example of like a wartime hero who then fell fast. And I think of Churchill, right? Wins, or at least is a big part of winning World War II, helped keep Britain together during its most probably precarious moment. And then in the next federal election, he loses to the Labour Party and Attlee. And I think that remains the biggest risk for Mark Carney. It's not a short-term risk, it's a long-term one. What happens when
after
the threat, hopefully, from the United States dissipates, when Canadians no longer say that the primary risk and threat to their quality of life is Donald Trump? I think that then reorients the question. And so I think in the meantime, Mark Carney that platform in which he can do and I think he knows that, frankly, based on everything he's done, that he can get away with, you know, some grumbling in his caucus around environmental policy. He can get away with, you know, placating the West, even if Quebec is now poised to maybe elect a separatist government this fall. All
that's
of
getting
that
nuked.
suggests that most of the country.
Like my view of this right now is that, like, if we go with the theory that right now he has a lot of political capital that comes from just the fact that, well, he's fighting for us against the US. If that's the case, then it would make sense that you spend all that capital on more long-term projects, and whenever that argument will dissipate, then you're going to be able to come back and say, hey, look, I've done all of this for you. All of these things that are difficult politically to do, well, I've achieved them. I've done them. So here, I'm good at governance, right? That seems like the simplest way to do it, using this this view.
Remains largely united behind the large goal that he set, which is dealing with that threat, as opposed to, are we going to quibble and argue over, you know, small ball things, which aren't, I don't think they are small ball things, but I think the larger public likely does, given this moment.
Amanda, setting aside the Churchillian metaphor for a second, just talk about that thesis, because I think it's very, very interesting. The idea that we are in an almost wartime-like climate that has granted Prime Minister Carney kind of extraordinary political license to do things that typically politicians would feel
I don't know if I killed him.
some risk, particularly with their own supporters. Does that persuade you? And how long can something like that last?
However long we're getting attacked.
Perfect analysis, and that, yes, I think we are, Canadians believe we are at war. You know, there's a bridge between Windsor and Ontario, or Windsor and Detroit right now, that should have been opened about a month ago, that remains closed for reason. You know, there's just tons and tons of inputs all the time, right? Pressure points, crazy things that are happening. So I think that has given him extraordinary political license to operate, and we see that. I also think, because again, he hasn't come up through like the doldrums, the ranks of door knocking and whatever in politics. He's come like lateral from the top. That there's that like autocratic kind of command and control CEO style of governance that suits this moment, and I think he's natural to as well. And I mean, people haven't read that Wall Street Journal piece that's been making the rounds the last week, just around, you know, his pivoting internationally, and sort of, I think that again lends itself to this ethos. I have a whole view around whether that was like politically wise, and that I get when reporters decide to do these kinds of like, they call them TikToks back in the day, but like internal stories around, this is, the person has 2 cell phones and he's calling in the closet at night so nobody knows, and he's talking to like MBS and whatever. It creates like a mythology around your leaders, but there's also like a lot of risk and irritating partners if you're giving that much information. So I think there's a 2-step there, but he's like, they're building the myth around the wartime piece. I think they're feeding it. I think there's elements of Israel, and the US is feeding it. But what I do think that's going to do whenever this does expire, because I don't believe we're going to perpetually exist in a state of like war with the United States, is, even if I do believe the relationship has fundamentally changed, I think that is true, and that'll be true for the States.
Should I read out?
I don't know if that means he develops the political capacity to pivot or to soften or to become less autocratic, less CEO-like, when we're in a more natural governance style process. When caucus
think that he needs
input, when there's
right, when the moment will totally be depleted, his political capital will come from what he achieved. And after that, a little bit like Trudeau, after your political capital that comes from what you achieve from all the policies, the good policies that you've created, after that's depleted, well, then you just swap leaders, right? Your leader doesn't need to stay forever. What Trudeau should have stepped down a little bit earlier, maybe. It ended up all right, but I think that on the balance of it, he should have stepped down earlier. But yeah, there's a time where your leader is expected to be expired, and you should just throw him away and completely say, look, you did some good thing, you did some bad things, now we need something new. And whenever that time will come, well, then that time will come.
There's space for the opposition
we'll
to
switch.
critique him, and he doesn't like being pushed or picked at. So that will be curious. That being said, I think folks, including myself, have underestimated his like political, retail political ability, and he's proven people that he's way more political and way more savvy than any of us thought. And I think you could just look at the floor crossing to prove that point.
Absolutely.
Yeah, final word to you, David.
He
on
stole a
this half of the
freaking
show.
guy, putting him in the Senate.
Why don't you wrap up
conservative.
with some final reflections on the week and what it might tell us about the political environment as we enter the kind of doldrums of the summer. The Prime Minister clearly has the kind of winds at his sail. How does he sustain this, though? How do you sustain it as a matter of kind of public sentiments and public resonance, but on the other hand, sustain a kind of governing agenda that can match a sense of a wartime footing?
Yeah, I don't know where he gets the energy, frankly, because it does feel like it is just constant and relentless, and he doesn't seem to take a moment, or the government take a moment to just let things settle. And maybe that's because they realize, and maybe they are so well understanding of the public mindset right now that they know that they just need to keep going. Either it's because there's a window open and let's take full advantage of it and drive as much change and things that we want to do as possible, or, and maybe it's related, we have to, because the public expects us to be constantly pushing, constantly showing how we are delivering on the rhetoric that now everybody kind of understands. So I think it's, that wind you say, I don't think they're manufacturing the wind themselves. I think there are times where they, if we're mixing metaphors here, but like they're fueling the fire by bringing up some of the rhetoric around the Canada-US relationship and having it both ways with Iran, worth it. I support the strikes. And then on other things, the government takes a much harder line on the United States.
The team switch, we're going to win 2 times.
Wind is coming from the south, and it's like gale force. They can just ride it, and they can just set their sails.
I agree with that.
Go with it, and I think that's, as we move into the next session and we talk about the opposition, I think the opposition has to realize that, and that they're not going to be able to control the wind. And as a result, what do you do in that kind of environment? So I think I expect this to continue to go on. I don't think, as we head towards the midterms and whatever, if the Democrats get control of Congress, that might turn Trump into an even more intense version of him, if we can imagine that. And that's going to create, I think, lots more friction for this government, or wind. Let's keep that going to ride for the next 2-3 years.
From political analysis to meteorology, you get it all here at Hub Politics. On behalf of David and Amanda, thanks for joining us for this first half, complimentary to members of the Hub community. We'll pick up on the back half, exclusive for Hub Heroes and Fellows. Until then, bye-bye.
All right. Weirdly enough, that was nice. Weirdly refreshing coming from conservatives. Whoops, I fucked it up. All right. Any other good memes? Oh, that sounds maybe
There's 2
fun.
things that you can be certain on in life. Yeah. Death and taxes. There's a new study out on the tax burden that higher income Canadians are bearing in 2026. We think the numbers will surprise you. To help break it all down, here's Sean Spear, my co-founder and editor-at-large for today's Hub Hit. Hey, Sean.
Hey, Roger. Great to connect.
These studies come out from time to time.
If one day I make a lot of money, I wish I'll pay high taxes on it, okay? The system deserves it, okay? Our community, our country deserves it. I'll be happy to pay every fucking dollar. And I'm happy to pay every dollar of taxes that I currently pay.
But this one, I think, grabbed our attention just because the numbers, Sean, are getting exaggerated, to say the least, in terms of how the tax burden in Canada is shared or not. So maybe just to kick off our discussion, let's walk through a couple charts that the Hub team has put together on this report by the Fraser Institute. The first shows the top quintile. So that's the top 20% of taxpayers shares the burden of 58% of all Canadian taxes. Sean, how do we end up here?
Well, that's okay, no?
I guess for some people, let's play devil's advocate. Why is this equitable? Why is this fair that we have this small group, 20%, carrying almost 60% of the entire personal tax burden in Canada?
Yeah, Roger. If you pull Canadians
Are they going
from
to
different
steal Mendes?
political
Or
persuasions on different issues, the one issue that consistently finds commonality on the left and the right is that high-income earners ought to pay more taxes. And what makes the Fraser Institute study interesting this week is it analyzes precisely what share of the tax burden is currently shouldered by those high-income earners. As you say, the top 20% of earners pay nearly 60% of all taxes in Canada. That ranges from income taxes.
from their data, they say they earn 50% of the income, the top 20. They earn 50% of the income and pay 58% of taxes. That makes sense to me. And if you've never heard the argument of why people that make more money should pay more, is because they disproportionately enjoy the advantages of living in the country. So let's think about this a little bit more. When you're rich, you're not rich in a vacuum, right? You're not making money just out of thin air. You're making money because of your investments. You're making money because, at a basic sense, people have healthcare, people have roads. So all of these things that our society built, they make you have that profit. They allow you to live that life. And like, if you've ever bought a stock, like the reason why a company can issue stock, make profit, and make you make profit is because of everything that the government does. So it's just reasonable that the people that have a very good life in our system, make a lot of money, should pay more in order to entertain, in order to help the system that gave them those riches, right? It just makes sense. And for the people that make less money, well, then there's an argument that you don't want to make them to force them to shoulder a cost when the system, for some reason, is not, well, as profitable for them. It's not giving them as much as the rich person. And like that's okay. But still, the rich person is profiting. Profiting is not the right word. It's enjoying more the benefits of our society. So they should pay more. I fail to see how like a curve of benefit like that is bad. Like there's a big thing that I like to focus on, which is we should tax the middle class maybe more, cutting the taxes in the last when the Prime Minister came on, when Mark Carney came on, he cut the taxes. I know why he did this is because politically it is like the only way to disarm the conservatives when they say cut the tax and all of that. But at the end of the day, I truly think that we should pay more taxes and do more things with the taxes. Maybe it's just because people don't see what they do. And I guess, like, if you're born and your parents are middle class, upper middle class, or rich, you go to school, you go to university, you have never touched or, like, directly involved yourself into somewhere where the government truly helps you in a very direct way. You don't feel it, even though the government does help you. Like all of these universities and all of these institutions, they're only possible because of the government, but you don't have a moment where the government truly like helps you, drags you out of a bad situation. So I can see how these people are like, why do I have to shoulder that big cost when nothing is coming back to me? But the reality is the fact that you're going to be able to live your life having like 100,000 plus a year coming into your bank account because you went to university, like that's insane to think that you should like magically keep more of that money because what? Because you were born into a richer family? Because like there's no reason. You don't work harder than anybody else. Like arguably, if you wanted to talk about working harder, we would tax less, like the public workers. They make less. They work harder because they have to fuck with the political system in order to like end up having anything done. I don't know. I feel like there's no arguments here, and we'll see. Right now he's trying to steelman it, so let's see.
Taxes all the way down to payroll and sales and fuel taxes. On income taxes alone, Roger, that number jumps to north of 65%. And so one can have a kind of values debate about whether it's fair or unfair, or whether high-income earners should be expected to pay more or less. But just from an empirical point of view, on the evidence, the idea that high-income earners presently don't pay a major share of taxes in Canada, both
that's
minimum
retarded.
and other, is simply wrong. That it's a wrong starting point for any conversation about tax policy before we even get into a kind of normative debate about what's equal, what's fair, and how much should high-income earners be expected to socialize the costs of government.
Yeah, let's go back to that chart again and look at the other quintiles. In other words, the bottom 20%, then we get up to 40%, 60%, even at 80%, though, of all taxpayers, Sean, the jump up to that final quintile, that final 20%, is just massive. So break down those numbers for us, and I guess talk to us a little bit about why, to me, a chart like this is so powerful, because it just, in a very clear and concise way, I think, communicates the reality that there are many people in Canada who are quite comfortable with more government, with higher levels of government spending, because the reality, Sean, is that they're not bearing personally the...
Yes, but that's okay, right? It's okay that people that are, like, you still have a choice in how you are governed, even though I would like us to be governed by, like, the biggest technocracy ever. Like, you still have a choice even if you're poor, right? It doesn't change the calculus. Holy shit, we're all dead anyway. So, like, that's not an argument. And let's just be clear. In my view of how this works, paying a lot of taxes is something that you can, like, softly brag about. It is a flex. It is something that you should be proud of. It is a patriotic duty, and it is something that is patriotic just as a thing, as a standalone thing. So, yeah, let's... I don't know why we're stressing about this. Why did this guy just fucking lit me the fuck up? Anyway.
The cost of that preference.
I feel like this video is going to be just
there's certainly a moral hazard here, and I would just say in parentheses, I wrote recently...
Like, the only way that you can see this as a moral hazard is seeing it as... like, if taxation is theft. But it ain't. It is the... like, the... it is the explicit preference of your society that is being enacted through taxation. I don't see how it's theft. Like, the fact that you cannot... right now, you cannot get the exact level of healthcare you want, because we have decided that, as a society, we are going to decide how much the healthcare one can have, and how much we're going to invest in healthcare. This is a choice that the Canadian people have made. Is this, like, morally wrong? No. Right?
Growing momentum behind increasing the tax exemption, presently around $15,000 or $16,000, up in some cases to $50,000 or even $100,000, would have perverse effects on this precise point, that as fewer and fewer people are shouldering the burden of the cost of government, then the risk, of course, is demands for the cost of government invariably go up. But I want to zero in for a minute on your point about the fourth quintile. And the
I don't think that's true. I don't think that the richer you are, the less taxes you want to pay. I think most people that are rich, they understand that they benefit, right? It's just a small contingent of retards, like a small contingent of Musk-like people that will complain about taxes, about how the government is all overbearing and all that. But most people, they just look at this and are like, yeah, I do benefit from that society. I don't like paying taxes. I don't think most people do like paying taxes. I don't care, but I understand that people don't like giving money away. But like, I don't think most, even rich people, are like, yeah, this is an injustice. Like, I think most people are like, yeah, that's the cost, and I agree with that.
The jump from the 4th to the 5th in terms of...
It's more than a doubling. Just for our listeners, I mean, we're going from 21% of all Canadian taxes borne by that 4th quintile up to 58%. Let's call it 60 for the top quintile.
Yeah, I think this is so important for various reasons, Rudyard. And one is something we've talked about in the past, the kind of inherent flaw in, call it progressive arguments for bigger government paid for by high income earners. The truth is, one, high income earners already pay a major share of the burden, as we've been discussing. Two, there are serious economic costs associated with taxing a smaller and smaller share of the population. And so what we've ended up, Rudyard, is this kind of weird political dynamic whereby progressive politicians argue the case for bigger government, a large share of the population agrees, but then they themselves are not asked to shoulder any of the burden for the expansion of childcare or dental care or pharmacare or whatever.
But even then, like, I feel like these people don't recognize what the policy is doing and if it is truly a cost or not. Saying that childcare is something that is a burden that, like, normal people should, like the lowest income, which are the people that are benefiting from it normally, should bear, that's critically retarded, right? The idea behind having cheap childcare, having... What the fuck is that guy doing? Having cheap childcare is the idea that if you... Well, it's mostly women, but I fit into that category somehow. If you have a child and you are the sole caregiver of, for that child, or not even the sole caregiver of that child, but you are the person taking care of that child, you cannot work. So your solution is to have childcare. If the childcare is too expensive, you're going to end up just not working and staying at home if you have a partner. If you don't, well, you're screwed. Bye-bye, you're out of the workforce. So when you look at that, it's not a negative societally to say, hey, the state, the representation of all the people is going to pay for your childcare so that you can go back to work, and so everyone can make more money because we're going to make money on taxes. You're going to be able to work, live better lives, spend more. So, like, this is not a cost. I'm so frustrated about the lack of thinking into that idea that, like, oh my god, it's a cost. Like, it's just not. Sorry, I just need to fucking genocide these fucks. Hey, pop your fucking head out. I'll kill you, bitch! I'll find you, and I'll kill your entire lineage. Or maybe not.
And the net effect is squeezing, as I've been saying, a smaller share of the population, and or of having to deficit finance the expansion of government. At some point, Rudyard, I would admire and respect, even if I disagreed.
Like, this is one thing. I would like us to be able to have a real discussion about it and see how much money we are pushing back into the system because people can work. And also make the calculus of people are having better lives because of it. I would like to have that calculus happen, but no, we look at the overall tax burden and we're like, oh my god, they pay more tax, what the fuck? Like, I feel like this is just a dumb argument.
Agreed with a politician who said, I think the government should be bigger, I think the government should deliver more services and programs on behalf of Canadians, but I think that in order to do that sustainably, the tax burden is going to have to go up, not just at the top of the top quintile, but all of the other quintiles on the chart. We could have a debate about whether that's a good idea or a bad idea, but it strikes me at least it would be an honest and transparent idea.
Yeah, and you look at, the scan.
Like, let's be realistic. Can you really argue like that? Like, do you think, let's think about it for a second. Your politician comes out and says, hey, we're gonna push up your tax burden. Like, you lowly people that pay the least amount of taxes, we're gonna push up your tax burden in order to be fair. Like, do you think that politically it is smart? Of course not. You can do that, but when you do that, you need to couple it with a new program, right? So that's why in the past I've talked a lot about Ozempic for all. Like, this would make sense. You push out a bunch of programs, like everyone having access to free Ozempic in order to delete obesity, and like add a couple of programs to that and say, okay, we're bumping up everyone's taxes 1%. Everyone should pay. We want a society where obesity doesn't exist, and let's like name 3 other problem that we fix with that. Like that makes sense. But without that and just saying, oh, we need to be fair, no, like that's not truly what people think about in fairness. When we think about fairness in a government sense, we probably think more about who is benefiting from the totality of the policies. And here, the person benefiting the most is the one making the most money, right? Unless you're telling me that that person makes more money because they work 80 hours a week and they're essentially just like the biggest fucking workhorse ever, which these people exist, but they're rare. Like, I don't get it.
The Scandinavians, we love the Scandinavians. We see them as
nah. I don't care for
fair
the Scandinavians.
society.
I think that's a
Well,
bad
guess what?
way
They
to
have a
see
lot of
things.
consumption tax. It's
That's a
very
U.S.
high,
way to see
equivalent of
things.
HST, they call it a VAT, a value-added tax. It's simply more equitable, Sean, is it not, to push more of the tax system away from income to consumption so that people, again, bear the tax consequences of their choices, of their lifestyle. I wonder why in Canada, why in North America, we become so fixated on income as the primary measurement. Is it just simply politics? Because,
like, also that's another like I think I just don't know what a value-added tax is. Is a consumption tax applied at each stage of production, distribution, collected by business, ultimately paid by consumers? Okay, so it's a tax that is applied throughout the supply chain. Okay. At each level of the supply chain. Like, I understand that, but the problem is that it's like a worst sales tax, because the issue with your sales tax, like the core problem, is that you're shoving more of the burden for the poorest in the system. So let's say that you're a rich family. You're gonna buy just so much food. Like, you might buy your luxury food from your luxury grocery store, and like push a bunch of money in dumb shit, but you're only going to buy so much of the basics, right? You might buy 2 or 3x the like the normal amount of food or the normal price of foods, but you won't do like 15x. So even if you're a fucking trillionaire, you're still only going to buy that 3x amount of dollars in food. So the person that ends up paying the biggest burden into that sales tax or that value-added tax will be the smallest consumer, because they have smaller set of things to pay, but they still have to pay like a very similar burden to the billionaire. So let's say that you make $1 billion, you'll pay like $1,500 per year. Well, the standard person would pay $500. Is that fair when one person is making like fucking 1,000x?
Remember me from the face reveal stream?
God damn, that sounds old. Let me pop out that chat so that I can see you. Well, that sounds very old, okay? I don't remember you, sadly. How's it going, Halt? You can absolutely yap away. But yeah, I guess I don't understand why these people seems to think that fairness comes from everyone paying the same tax rate. It sounds a bit like they haven't thought about it fully. But yeah, if you ask away your questions, I will hear it and I'll be able to assist you. But no, I don't remember. And it's okay, I'm a forgetful person, okay? And I've done a lot of these.
You know, going back to our first chart here, there's, you know, the majority, the vast majority.
I was on the Discord VC.
There's a lot of people in the VC. Are you the guy? Maybe we've seen each other multiple times. Are you the guy that talked about essentially an internet passport, like blocking the foreign internet, or tagging the foreign internet with the nationality?
Yellow PFP.
Yellow profile pic. Or no? Are you called retard on Discord? Oh no! If you are, happy to see you.
Yes.
Yes, okay, I guess that's about the retard on Discord. How's it going? If I remember correctly, you probably disagree with all that I'm going to say right now. You disagree probably heavily with my politics. And that's okay. That's okay. If you want to have a yap, we can even have a yap on stream, as right now I'm just killing time. But yeah, how are you going, brother? How are you going? Are you going well? What's going on with your life? For me, I'm going well. It's a little bit colder right now in Quebec, Canada. So we're doing well. We're doing well. But yeah, I've started to review a little bit of politics on stream. Like, yes, I'm still doing a lot of programming things, but I mean, sometimes it's good to chill, to just have some fun and play video games while watching politics. That's fun to me. Where the fuck are they?
Things are going pretty good. It's smoky over here in Michigan.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. I mean, you're probably getting well, forest fires of your own, but also the fumes from the Canadian forest fires. Yeah, it's pretty intense. It's kind of sad, but hey, it's part of life. A lot of trees, a lot of shit burns. Oh, I think it skipped one. Or not. Alright. Let's solve that shit.
Majority of the population that's effectively getting more government than they're paying for, and they like it that way. Consumption taxes would destabilize that. It would require them to pony up for dental care, daycare, pharmacare, healthcare. The list goes on and on. You know, I don't know. If we're always trying to think about solutions, reforms here. Is it time for Canada to think about consumption taxes? Because I look at these numbers and I just wonder the extent to which this is sustainable. This is a brittle, increasingly brittle tax system where higher income earners, we know, will either avoid taxation, they will avail themselves.
I disagree with that characterization.
Or simply, what you hear a lot these days is they'll work less. That they'll make a rational choice that losing 50% of your income to taxation, and that's in our chart, top earners pay.
That's a lie. I'm sorry, but that's a lie. No one, when they're thinking about how much work they do, when they're thinking about how they want to, like, live their life, no one is going to tell themselves, hey, I'm going to work less because I'm getting taxed more. That's a little bit like the people that say, oh, if we tax more, people won't invest. The people don't, like, when I think about starting a new project, like if it's something that is revenue generating or all that, yes, you might want to like structure this in an optimized way. You might want to have things set up in a specific way where it's optimal, like fiscally, but you're never are you going to, like, I just don't understand where they get this. Do you think that when Apple was created in the US, they were thinking about the tax burden? No, they were thinking about making fucking computers. Same thing about Microsoft. They were thinking about making an OS. When people create things, they don't think about that part. Yes, they might optimize for it. They might say, okay, we're going to defer these things. We're going to invest in that specific way. But unless you make taxes that are like retarded in how they're implemented, where you actively destroy investments, like those can exist. Like wealth tax or those type of tax that can be implemented in such bad ways that you can end up with like very bad results. But apart from that, no, you're not thinking about this. You're just living your life. And when you're asking, do I want to work more or less? You're not thinking about, well, I'll get taxed 50%. No, you're thinking about the other 50%, right? You're seeing that you'll make more money. Or you're stating to yourself, oh, maybe I'll work less because I want to live that more comfy life. Like, that's an option too. I just don't, like, there's no source for that. It's just a vibe.
Over half their income in total taxes will show that now, Sean, 55%. You look at these other quintiles, the bottom quintile, under 20%. Second quintile, a third of their income. I don't know, Sean. I just wonder how sustainable this is.
Yeah, I'll come to the solutions in a minute, but I would just add one other option available to high earners is that they leave. We've seen data showing high levels of emigration in the past couple of years, particularly to the United States. When you juxtapose, Rudyard, the tax disadvantage that we have in Canada for high earners and the wage or compensation premium that one can earn in other jurisdictions, particularly the United States. I remember an event that you hosted in Toronto a handful of years ago where the economist Tyler Cowen said one of Canada's biggest exports to the U.S. is inequality because high-earning business leaders and actors and actresses and athletes and entrepreneurs and others leave Canada, move to the United States, and it means that our country looks more equal, but it means also that our country is poor. And so I really do think that we've reached a point, the top marginal tax rate on average across the country now exceeds 50%. As you say, high earners are paying about 50% of their incomes in taxes. There are real unseen and increasingly seen costs to being so far away from or divergent from the U.S. and others.
Oh, I love that point. I love that point. Here's a question that you should ask when you have that. Where do they leave
Is
to?
marijuana taxed in Canada? If so, by how much?
Yep.
Here in MI recently, they added a 24% tax for non-med card holders. Supposedly, that money is going to the roads, yet nearly all dispos here claim no tax.
We can take a look at that too. But yeah, let's stop gaming for a second. So yes, it's tax. Let me just answer that. So here he's saying essentially, well, people will leave Canada because they're taxed too much. But then let's ask the next question. What did he name? He named, I think, actors. He named business leaders. Where are they going? They're going to California. I don't know if you know. I know you know. Californian tax rate is very freaking high. So let's get that going. Like, Californian tax rate is high. So what are you saying here? You're saying that they go from a high tax rate to another.
And fuel is pretty much a tax there.
That too, but like, So you're saying that they go from a high tax environment to going to another high tax environment? So the answer is that they are not actually leaving because of any tax, because Canada is a great place to live. It is the best place to live in reality. Let's not kid ourselves. It is the place you want to be. But let's look forward further than that. The reason why they leave is because there is more opportunity. So your income in Canada, like the maximum that you can go for their high position, let's say that it's $1 million. They're a high roller. They are like the master on something in tech, and the maximum you can get in Canada, just because of the opportunities and because we don't have a Silicon Valley, right? It's 1 million. But if you go in California, Silicon Valley, you might get 50 million. So then you're going to choose California just because of how much more money you can make because of the opportunities. So currently, the Mark Carney government, the government in Canada, is actually trying to finance these things, trying to finance these essentially Silicon Valley for their specific place. So we have a bunch in defense, we have some in tech, we have some in banking and all that. So we are trying to get more investments into these things in order to have these opportunities here in Canada. People are not leaving because it costs a lot to live here. They're leaving because they have more opportunity elsewhere. So like that feels just dumb. That feels like a misunderstanding, a lack of understanding of how things work. So here in Michigan recently, they added 24% tax for non-med holders. Supposedly the money goes to road. So in Canada, most things work like that in Canada. Well, technically it's the same as the US when we think about it, but things are managed by the state, by the province, right? So we have province instead of state, but things are managed by the province, and in the US, things are managed by the state. So for marijuana, like we can Quebec tax how do we write that? I don't know. I don't think about pot. Marijuana. Okay. Like you have, okay, federal excise duty. So the federal, around 10%. Then you have your sales tax. Okay, so Quebec doesn't even have a specific tax. So essentially, we have 10% more on cannabis. There's no way that the... Oh, I'm a retard. Quebec is the... I don't know if it's the only seller. I think it is the... Yeah, okay. So the only one that is able to sell cannabis is the Quebec-owned sellers. So in Quebec, we make like our profit from cannabis from the government seller. So we don't need a tax in that way. But yes, technically we have a 10% tax over it because it makes sense, right? Like even if you're a cannabis smoker, you must recognize that it is a non-essential thing unless it's of course prescribed. When it's prescribed, it's another thing, right? Drugs are taxed in another way. But like it is just like alcohol, it's something that we should seek to reduce, that we should seek to not have too much. So yeah, like there's nothing bad about that. Yeah, and look, I don't know if you were there for my explanation on that, but like sales tax are applied to like they give a burden that is bigger on the smaller household. So there are arguments of, oh my god, the rich are paying too much tax. That feels so tone deaf. That feels like they don't get what the state is there to do. It's there to try to reduce the inequalities and make sure that everyone has a good and fair chance of having a good life and that everyone lives a good life. And in Canada, we are achieving that. But we're not going to achieve it by punishing people that needs childcare. We're not going to achieve it. So, yeah. I don't know. Is there anything
The question
more
is,
this guy wanted to
what's the
say?
solution? One of the kind of unstated truths about all of this, Roger, is that these taxes on high income earners don't generate that much revenue because, as you say, they have the means of reorganizing themselves to
Do you
avoid
prefer
them.
equity or equality?
I think that's a non-question. You want to talk on Discord? Maybe we can have a real good discussion, and I will be kind. But like, I feel like this is, you are stating a view.
Sure.
Sure. Okay. Okay. Yeah. If you're still on the Discord, I'll drag you on the live. I'll drag you. So just choose any chat essentially. All right. All right. Hi.
Hello.
How's it going?
Going pretty good.
Happy to see you. Happy to hear you. So, when you're stating, first of all, there's kind of a good bit of background noise. Is it that you have multiple
going to be my
mics?
big old box fan I have beside me. I can turn on
good.
crisp.
It's all good. It's all good. We're gonna live with it. So, okay, when you say equality or like equity or all of these, like these questions are far from what is happening to the day-to-day life of a person. So
Sure.
when we think about this, I think that we're so far away from how things actually work that the question becomes useless. So if I ask you, like, do you prefer equity or equality? Like, you can answer both ways and you can end up to the same destination. The only thing that matters is how we apply it. So a better question would be, do you want to tax higher in order to get more care to people, in order to get some specific plan? Or do you think that the amount of services that is offered by your state is okay as it is right now? So, like, I don't know what the answer is for you, but that's the better question in my view. Or unless you have more to say about your question.
With the question in particular, equity is like how you end up so that you end up at the same point.
Yeah.
For every single person, while equality gives everyone the same opportunity.
Yep.
But not necessarily puts them at the same point at the end of the day.
Yeah. So
yeah, it's like that.
It's the fans, right?
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Yeah, you have equality, which is everyone gets the same size box, and there's equity where, well, I'm presenting what should be equity right now. So everyone gets the size of box that they need in order to look over the fence. While if it was equality, they would just have the same box. So the box would be way too high for one, would be correct for the middle one, and would be absolutely bad for the lower one. Like, in that view, everyone should answer equity when losing this loose way of describing things. Because equality is wildly unable to answer the issue, right? It's not able to fix the problem. But here again, we need to look problem per problem, and or maybe you're answering you answer equality in that. I don't know. I'll just get my water, but I'm hearing you. So yeah, if you maybe answer the question, and maybe then I'll be able to understand where you're getting with this.
Personally, I am like, keep in mind, I'm not really employed yet, so like getting this stuff as an opinion is kind of, iffy. But I personally feel that equality is more valuable in the sense that, like, mostly if everyone's paying the same amount for everyone else via taxes, it just seems most fair. But that's mostly an opinion. Like,
that's okay. That's okay. But here, like you're saying, it's an opinion. I understand what you're saying. What you're saying is that's what I've looked throughout my life. this leads me to this specific thing seems to be optimal, seems to be the most fair. That's what you mean by opinion, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's okay, right? I'm not saying that you're a bad person for believing a thing. What I'm saying here is that even if you're stating opinion still has value, and we should still like seek to change someone else's opinion if you think that the opinion is wrong. So here, yes, I do believe that your opinion is wrong, so I will seek to change it. And don't feel as if I'm attacking some part of your character, because I'm not. There's a lot of people that think like you. I do happen to think that they're wrong, so I'll make the argument for it. But here, in this example, the equality option makes sure that everyone is worse off. The person that is taller is getting something that they don't need. The person in the middle is getting something that is that is okay for them, and the person at the top, well, they're not getting enough. The smallest person is not getting enough. So here, equity, if we just like calculate the numbers of winners in this example, is the way that we should go. But again, this is like a dumbing down of real life. Let's look at real life now. What happens if we say that we have a flat tax rate, right? Everyone pays the same 50% tax rate on their income. Let's say that that's what we need in order to fund our state. Well, if you're rich, that 50% is easy to do because you already have a bunch of revenue coming in. You cut your 50%, you're good to go. If you're poor, 50% of your $15,000, like that would be a retardedly small amount of money, but if you're like cutting 50% of your 15% of your $15,000 income, that is a massive cut. You're going from a place that maybe you were able to like live a very sad life to you're not able to live your life anymore. So even if we're talking about the same percentage, for one person, it's life-threatening, and for another, well, it's just as it is. You just continue life as it goes. So here, when I'm saying that, I'm essentially making the argument for the way that taxes work in the US and Canada, which you have steps. So if you make over this amount of money, so let's say 50K, I don't know, 50K, you pay a higher tax rate and then a higher tax rate, and you have these steps. So this is why we have these steps, is because under a specific threshold, you're probably struggling hard. So we're not seeking to tax you in any way, or we're seeking to give you a bunch of benefits, which is true for the lowest 20% of Canadian and most likely of Americans. So when I'm telling you essentially this story, do you see anything wrong with that? Yeah.
I think like with how taxes work with the steps, I personally think it's a reasonable way to do it, just because of the fact if someone has an excess amount of money in as income, you can easily just say, okay, you're going to lose a little bit of it, but you're still making a fair amount of money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but like the issue here, like I'm not sure. Maybe I'm not clear in my question. Between that and a flat, everyone pays the same rate, and it's essentially just a little bit under the highest rate on your chart, because that's what it would need to be if we need to tax at the same rate. So let's say that we have a world where effectively, if you're under $50K per year, if your income is under 50K, you pay 0%. The effective tax rate with like the money that you're getting from the government and the money that you're paying in taxes, it cancel out. And over that, you're paying, let's say, 15%, and somewhere at the top, you're paying 50%. So let's say that over $1 million, okay, you're paying 50%. But then let's create the flat tax rate version of that. You would be paying, let's say, 45%. for everyone, do you think that it's preferable to live inside of the 45% for everyone, or on that stepped system where the rich will pay a little bit more, and it looks wildly unfair if you're rich compared to if you're poor? Which do you prefer in that? Like your opinion on
I
that?
personally prefer on the stair step style of taxing, just for like income and whatever.
Yeah. So that's like a, I believe that's the way that it works. I believe that's an okay way to work. So then, like, to address the equality and equity thing, right now we're looking at equity on the income side, on the revenue side. So now let's apply essentially the same thing, but to how we distribute benefits. So here, what we can do, we have two options. So we have the, you've probably heard of that. You seem to be someone that likes to listen to these things. So UBI, so the Universal Basic Income. So we could have a universal basic income of, let's say, $5,000, $5K per person. Everyone gets it, right? Have you heard of UBI before?
Yes, I have.
Okay, all good. I just wanted to be sure. So, okay, so $5,000 per person. Let's say everyone in the US or in Canada gets that $5,000. Now, let's say that we have another policy which says the lowest 20%, they get $25K instead per person. Or maybe we can make a step thing a little bit like the income. So the lowest, they get, the lowest 20, they get 15%. The lowest 40, they get 7,500 and something. And the I guess the top 60%, I don't know how I would phrase it, would get 2,500 and something. So, like, let's do the steps for that. Which one is preferable in your view? And, well, even before you answer, let me just say, 5,000 as a poor person is a lot. But I would much more have the 15,000. And if you're rich, that 15,000, it truly doesn't matter to you. Okay? If you're making over $200,000 a year, I'm sorry, but the 15,000 is it's wasted on you, or the $5,000 is wasted on you. Sorry. So
yeah, it's like a drop in the ocean.
Yeah. So why would we give money to someone who truly won't feel it, while we can make the world of difference to the people in the lower quadrant of society? And here, if you want a real world, like where this was done for real, it's in Canada. In Canada, we have something called the Canadian Child Benefit. So if you have a child and you're part of the poorest 20%, well, I don't know what percentage, but if you're part of the poorest people in the country, which I do fall under, you will get a shitload of money from the government. So currently I do get $600 per month. So we can like make the calculus. That means $7,200 being dropped tax-free in my bank account for me to take care of my daughter, plus the fact that they pay for most of the childcare cost. So when we look at that system where someone like me, which, well, I don't believe that I'm struggling, but I'm still in the lowest 20% of my society, I'm getting that huge leg up where I'm able to actually live a very dignified and very good life. But if I didn't have that, if you remove, let's say, that childcare and that extra income, well, then it would be a way tighter like way to live. It would be way harder. I would have to fight for the daycare. I would have to fight for enough income to clothe and feed my daughter. So, like, in that world, what makes no difference to the rich person makes a world of difference for the poor person. So in that way, wouldn't it be preferable to have those stepped benefit? Right?
I just don't like here in Michigan, the only benefits we really get if we're like, not getting a lot of money is EBT or SNAP benefits. So you can end up with like food stamps so that you can pay for your food.
Yeah,
But
that's
like
federal.
I know people that literally are like, oh yeah, let's go to the store. I'll let you use my food stamps and you just pay me the money you would have paid. So now you're left with a whole lot less.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I understand that. So here, when I'm saying you're attacking, there's no negative connotation here. I just want to like frame things correctly. But when you're what you're attacking, there's multiple things, but there's one thing that I just want to kind of remove because I don't think that it fits with the discussion. So when you're saying essentially someone can say, oh, I'm going to buy with my food stamp something and you're going to give me back the money, this is technically fraud. That's bad. But at a place, I don't care about it. And I'll go even further than that. I think that the idea of food stamps, maybe we should just give a blank amount of money to these people and stop caring so much about where they spend the money, because at the end of the day, it's all fungible, right? So if you pay less for your groceries, you're going to be able to spend more on other things. So if you pay less for your groceries, you're going to spend more on drugs if you're a bad person, or you could spend more on good things. The idea here, when you give out, like when the government gives me that $600 for my daughter, they're not saying that I cannot buy alcohol with it and beat my daughter, okay? I could be a very bad fucking father still with those benefits. But what it allows me to do is, if I'm a good person, if I truly want to give my daughter a chance in this world and I want to be the best person possible, I will be able to because of that. So I would argue the same thing with food stamps, where maybe they're trying to do fraud. Some people are trying to do fraud or are trying to essentially use food stamp for something that it wasn't meant to do. But at the end of the day, that doesn't remove anything from the goal of food stamps, nor does it remove anything from all of the people that use it correctly and see very great benefits to them. So I'm just trying to section off the part about fraud, okay? So now that we have addressed that, I believe that in the US, you have a weird way of looking at the state, and because of that, you're never able to truly enjoy a good state. Most people in the US... Repeat?
Sorry, come again?
I haven't heard you. You said something and it cut out.
I just stated that I love my state personally.
Oh, yeah. Like, I'm not saying that you don't love your state. I'm just saying that you don't have to... Fuck. You're not able to enjoy your government. Like you... and when I'm saying that, fuck, it's so foreign to you, and I know it because Canadians do consume a lot of US media. It's weird. Anyway, okay. In Canada, when you're fucked, okay, when you're down on your luck, the government will save your ass. The government saved my ass. I felt that Canadian warmth of essentially looking at me as the poorest I could be and making sure that I get out of that bad situation and live a dignified life. That's wholly because Trudeau passed good policies and now I'm able to live a good life. So I feel that, right? I won't unsee that, right? But you in the US, because of your overall view of how government should be small, how government should never spend too much, you end up never going for these transformatives and these big change that actually impact people's life. Like food stamp is great, but it's not $600 in your bank account every month so that you can find good childcare, so that you can find and clothe your child. It's not trying to make investments in education and making sure that everyone has access to education without it costing a fuck ton, right? It's not these big things that you can see and feel. So you have this issue where you never see where the government helps you. It does a little bit, but you never really see it. But in Canada, because we went for those big change, we feel it a lot. If you're fucked, of course, you feel it a lot. So here, like, I don't know how I could argue to you that a Canadian system could be superior because I cannot point to something that works in the US that actually does this. Right? It's impossible to maybe if I research Michigan
Maybe it's
and
the fact that it's the US and we kind of work differently.
Well, yes and no. Of course, you work different, but there's a way where I can say there's some things in the US that are just like bad, but they're just like there's no other way to put it. It's not like an opinion. It's just like straight bad.
The
right?
homelessness rates in big cities are kind of crazy.
Right. So if you have a lot of homeless people, these people are not living a dignified life. They're not living a good life. Wouldn't it be good to try to invest money so at least they have some kind of like temporary housing? Do you think that would be a good idea? Like if we could find them not luxury homes, but just like a shelter, like you need to reduce the standard for building because it's so shitty, but they have a shelter. They're not in the street dying when it gets cold, right? Would that be preferable than just saying, well, it's their problem and we'll leave like some church taking care of it?
What I think would be preferable, at least if it were able to be possible this way, I know it's not just because of how life is, but go and relocate these unhoused people to areas that are much more affordable to be able to house people so that you can just go and build a couple buildings, not cost a couple $100 million to be able to do it for just a city and end up with the same result.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I think that the government is kind of my trash just fell over and I don't want it to destroy the whole street. So give me half a second. I'll be back.
Go right ahead.
Okay, trash restored. So, the thing. Shit, I forgot where we were. The trash truly... Oh, okay, yes, you were saying we could build the houses a bit further away where it doesn't cost too much. I agree with that, and I think that a lot of governments are trying to do that now. But that's what I wanted to get at when I said reduce the standards, right? You reduce the standards to build some housing for them, and you build them in the most appropriate space so that you can spend the least amount of money. But also you need to understand when it comes to, unhoused people, homeless people, I don't fucking know what to call them. These people, they need to technically make their money like begging or searching the trash or whatever the fuck. So if you put them too far from the city, you end up with them not coming because they cannot make money. They cannot like survive really. So they're just going to end up being stuck inside with a bunch of other homeless people, not making any money, any progress in their life. And then, of course, homeless people probably have mental illness and a bunch of other problems. That's not a place that you really want to be long. So yeah, there's like all of these issues. It's a complex issue, but here the goal of the initial inquiry was essentially putting money there is clearly talking about equity, not equality, but we should still do it, right?
That is reasonable.
So here, if we go back to the very start of the discussion, I have a hard time understanding where the equality comes in and how we can look even at a system like Michigan, which I would say is far more close to the equal than the equity if we look at, if we compare with Canada, of course, with Quebec. Like, where do we see more equality, or where do we see a push towards equality being superior? I would like to know which policies or what you're, like when you're thinking about this, are you thinking about specific policies?
I can't really think of any particular policies. When I think of equality, I'm mostly thinking about how it, like, if you want a job, you have just as good of a chance as anyone else that also doesn't have a job. Like, I feel that's almost equality, but that's not really how it even works in Michigan. Like, if you don't have a job and haven't had a job, it's much more difficult to find a job.
Yes, but then I would say that it's not about equity or equality.
Or equality.
Yeah. So what would be, so here a change that you could make to that idea would be like saying if you're black, you have more chance of getting the job than if you're white, right? That would be where we could see maybe equity and equality like fighting a bit. And look,
Oh, yeah,
I can
like DEI and stuff.
Yeah, and look, I can make the arguments on both sides. I think that it's wholly uninteresting to like dive deep into that because it's not even something that no one is interested in doing DEI anymore. Like, not Democrats, of course, not the Republicans. So no one is interested in truly doing that. I feel like it's just a cudgel that is used by the Republican to eat the Democrat for like no apparent reason. But like, that would be an example of where we could say equity is like being pushed so hard that you can like stop thinking like you're going too far. But no, the fact that you're like too young and you don't have experience, that counts as like your overall package of what you're giving. So in a free market, it's easy to say that, well, you're equal. If someone had the same package as you, they would get the same treatment. You're not getting chosen for a job because you're inexperienced, not because of any characteristic that you don't really have a control over, right? So, yeah. And, like, that's a problem. That's something that, of course, pushing laws to fix is important. In Canada, we push a lot so that there's apprenticeship that are partially paid by the government so that it gives people of course, a foot in the door and a chance to get a better life, to get a start, to get a job, and then be able to say, hey, I have on my resume that year of apprenticeship, so I kind of know what the fuck I'm doing. So that helps people, like, get a start.
Oh.
But, yeah.
I guess that's probably how I have a Canadian friend, or a mutual, really, with one of my friends. And he's a HVAC technician. I assume he probably used that to be able to, like, you know, learn how to do that.
Well, I think that those are fairly new. So unless it happens like in the last 3 months, I would doubt. But also, there's a lot of need for those people. So I don't think that there's a real issue with HVAC technician not being able to get a job.
Yeah,
maybe it's a bit harder, but like if you're in a job where everyone needs you, people will just train you, okay? Unless you have like a fundamental issue or you're just like socially very awkward or something. Like you're going to find that job because people need people and they will train you. They will fucking find a way. They want you. But if you're in a job where it's more competitive, that's where you can have issues, and that's where these policies that are being done in Canada make sense to get people the foot in the door. But yeah, like our society in Canada is I feel it's just like everywhere that I look, it is superior because of the influence of the government and because the government essentially tries to fix these gaps that the free market is not going to fix. So here again, I'm kind of wondering, where do you see a push for equality that would make life better? Like if you were to change something in the US that would push something towards more equality, where do you think that would be better?
Not entirely sure. Honestly, you are shifting my opinion on equality versus equity.
I think that a big thing for, like, I've talked with a lot of people about these kind of things, and when you're talking about a lot of these concepts, it's easy to think about ideals and to think about, like, okay, this situation just seems unfair, and to think about a narrative. And there's two things that are very toxic for someone to make a good opinion about something. First, narratives, because you can narrative about anything. I can make a banger narrative about how Hitler was the one and we need to gas all the Jews. And I can make a banger narrative about how Hitler was the worst person ever and America went and killed his ass, as they should, because freedom, right? You can make narratives about everything. So when someone essentially tells you a big story and it feels like their proposition is wholly pushed, not by some calculus, not by some data, but by a story, this is probably something to check out for, because you're probably being taken for a ride. Now, just the fact that there's a narrative doesn't make it bad, but it's probably something to like think
feelings
about.
rather than actual like math. Just
yeah, we could. Yeah, absolutely, we could say that. And the second thing, shit, I had something in mind right before. Shit, we're talking about equity and then equality. You're making me think a lot. That's great. So, man, what was the second thing that I was thinking about here? Well, it flew out of my mind. What am I gonna do? But yeah, like narratives are toxic to being able to make good opinions. Like going for ideals. Oh yeah, that's a thing that I talked a lot. I think Sam was there when he was called Sam in our call one of the time that we talked, because we talked 2 times if I'm not mistaken. But in any case, who cares?
I recall someone named Ned in VC.
Ned, yes. True. He was called Ned back then. Now he changed his name again, but who cares? So, yeah, a thing that I've talked a lot to him about is the idea of thinking in policies. So when people talk, they often will talk about an idea of a thing, or the ideal or the principle of this. But when you think about principles, you're so far from how it is applied, because the system, the government is so complex. It's so it has advanced. Come. Yes, Rust. Yes, Rust. Come. Okay, sorry. Give me a moment. I'll remove text-to-speech. Okay. But yes, the system has become so more complicated, so much bigger, that principles, they aren't it, right? If you were writing the Constitution of the U.S. in 1776, maybe then principles make sense. But today, you need to talk in policies. So whenever someone tells you, essentially, we prefer equality over equity, or we prefer this over that, if they don't link that to a specific policy, they're essentially just vibing it, right? Because they're just saying, I feel that this is superior in some way. I'm not going to tell you how we achieve anything. I'm not going to tell you how we should change anything, but it's superior in some way. So that's not good, right? So earlier in the stream, I was yelling about some woman, some Canadian person that is essentially a big lefty, and she likes, not polluting and these kind of shits. And essentially my core argument against her is, why are you yelling about the prime minister while you're not pushing any policy that are better than what the fuck he's doing? Because like we need an actual solution to the if we need an actual solution to the problem, you should be able to say, put on that policy and it will fix it, right? Do this and it will lead us to a better path. Just saying X is bad is not actually an argument. Saying X is bad, we need this instead. That's how like you can actually think about things and
Don't come
make it
to me with a
preferable.
problem. Come to me with a solution type.
Yes, right? So when we talk about these things, we need to talk in policies, because if we don't talk into policies, that's when we get into these, like, yes, it feels bad. The idea that if I'm tall, I'm not going to get any help to look over the fence. But when we're putting it into concrete policies, like we did, and we're looking at the income part where we're taxed more or less, or the benefit part where you're getting more or less benefit depending on your income levels, like all of these just make sense. They're just natural, and they would feel very bad to even unequal if you were to reverse them. So yeah, that's you need to think in policies. If you don't think in policies, your brain is floating and you're essentially just getting whatever the last person with a good narrative gave you, which like it's everyone does that, right? There's nothing bad about that, but you can be better. You can think like a giga brain, see through walls. So yeah,
wall hacks.
Indeed. But yeah, no, there's a bunch of things that the US could do better, but like there's I don't know. I feel like whatever I feel like there's a bunch of places that I can go and that I'm essentially...
Are you a millennial?
No, I'm a Gen Zer. I'm born in 2001.
We're not too far off in age then.
How do you... Sorry, repeat?
Sorry, come again?
I didn't understand what you're...
Oh, I was saying we're not too far off in age. I was born in 2005.
Holy, you're young. Let's go. Yeah. That's okay. No, it's just there's a thing where like millennials say that a lot, where they say like, oh, you're born in 2000 what? And there's like the same fucking feeling when when I see someone that's born.
It's like, you're just a baby. You haven't seen anything yet.
Well, there's that, but it's also like, holy shit, I'm not the youngest thing anymore. I'm getting old. No. But yeah, no, it's like I'm fairly young. I understand that in my life I've essentially taken like an accelerated path towards a bunch of things. That's not good. Okay, please, if you're still studying, don't stop to study, or get a job, or like try to make your life as complete as possible. Don't rush for children, because you're going to rush for children because of some ideological push or whatever, and you're going to end up being like, oh fuck, now I have children, I cannot get out of it, and yeah, I'm fucked because I'm poor. But yeah,
that's exactly where the dude with the food stamps is at. Like, they've been trying for kids, but they've never been in a financial situation where they could actually have kids. So they're kind of in a difficult situation where they're wondering if they're going to have to move back into their mom's house.
Yeah, but like in that situation, I think that the way that I would victim blame these people, like I don't know their situation, of course.
You can blame him all you want. He gambles, like, and really irresponsibly. Like, he had a lump of over $1 million and got rid of all of it just by gambling it away and buying just a few things like a laser cutting.
Well, look, that's retarded, and the big issue is that when you're young, okay, and I'm still young, okay, I'm putting myself inside of that bucket. You're more ideological. You do a bunch of dumb shit, And you do dumb shit not because you're dumb, you do dumb shit because you haven't went through life yet. So when you hit, like there's road bumps that you're just going to hit. There's no way that you're going to avoid them. You're going to get fucked by the road, okay? It's just how it works. So like essentially having kids is probably the worst thing towards that time. And it's not because having kids is bad, it's because having kids makes it so if you want to be a good person for your children, you will essentially have to become slave to them, which is not a good situation. It creates a bunch of mind-fucking things for a lot of people. And most people that are inside of these unstable situations and want to have kids, you're just going to end up putting your kids as your kid's going to end up having a single parent because your relationship are probably not stable. You're going to end up being poor all the time because you're either fucking paying out some kind of alimony or child thing. I don't know
Child
the name
support.
in the US. Child support, yes. So like you're just fucking up yourself and you're fucking up your future child. So GG, that's retarded, right?
Yeah, that's why you use protection.
Indeed. But also, that maybe is a bit more of an offensive take, so I'll just go for it. If you have a job, and if you are like in your 20s, it is ridiculously easy to make money. And that's something when you're young, it's hard to see, it's hard to understand, and it's hard to feel. But you can get a job where you make like an entry-level job, and you'll make 40K USD easily in this economy, and you'll just rake in the money. If you live with your parents, all of that money is essentially getting into your pocket. And if you're not dumb, you put it all on the side, you invest it, or like you put it on the side for a house or something, and you can end up, like people yell about the price of houses, but you can end up with a down payment within a few years. If you live with your parents, 3 years, you have a solid fucking down payment. U-Bum got married at 21. I wasn't
you don't have to get married to have a kid.
I wasn't married then. Was I? Wait. I'm answering the chat. Sorry, I should state it so that it's clear. But wait, we're in... Fucking hell. I was 25, my daughter is 2.5, so we go back in time. That would mean I was 23, 1 year. I'm married at 22, and I was in a relationship. It would mean that I was in a relationship since I was 19. So, yeah. And, yeah, like... Rust, not answering, not talking to you. I don't have your name, so I will call you retard. No.
I'm Dylan.
Dylan, okay. Hi, Dylan. I'm Scott, but yeah. So talking to Rust in the chat. Yes, you. Talking to Rustard in the chat. So yes, I got married very quick, but at that time in my life, I was following a pretty right-wing bent. So my ideology was that I believe that essentially there's two things. A, that I wanted to have as many kids as possible, and B, that life was essentially a thing that you could either do fast or do slow, where you would achieve the same thing, but you would just have wasted a bunch of time. So I essentially speed ran through having enough money for a home, bought a home, and tried to have kids for a long time before even like getting my kid. It took a long time. Anyway, so I went through all of that. And the problem is that from the start of this, let's say when I was 19, my view of the world changed drastically from the point where I got my daughter. So I was like at the end of this when my well, she's not technically my ex-wife yet, but my wife told me, "Hey, it's divorce time." I was like, why the fuck did I do all this? Like I realized that my whole view of the world was false, was retarded, and that I essentially fucked myself in a way where I would be a single father and I would just have to care for my daughter alone. So, yeah, it's easy to do things fast. It's like it's when you go through that path, it becomes trivially easy for you to see, holy shit, you can get a house so quick. You can do all of those things so quick. But the truth is, if I were to do it all over again, I would take all the money that I had for the house, I would invest it in the most boring fucking shit ever in some stock somewhere, and I would just save money as much as possible and live my life. But yeah, anyway. But yeah. No, retarded people put themselves into retarded situations. If you're not able to manage your money, don't have kids. If you're young, don't have kids. If you're old, think about having kids seriously, but probably don't have kids. No, I'm half joking there. But yeah, it's a hard thing to have kids, and it's not something to take lightly. But in any way, did you have anything that you disagreed or wanted to trash me about? I'm open to be trashed.
Oh, no, I fully agree with your stance on having kids. Though I do have a question that's not entirely related.
Oh, go ahead.
Do you think people with ADHD, when they claim they have no motivation to do anything, that they claim, a lot of people claim that they're just using medication as a crutch. How do you feel about that statement?
I'll give both side, and I'll try to like make it clear. I don't know. Do you have a diagnosis for ADHD? I have, but do you have? Okay. So one of the problems when you have a diagnosis, and here I'm not shedding any blame, I'm just saying look within yourself and see if this apply. Don't answer it, okay? It's just a question for your own mind. But it's very easy when you have a diagnosis for anything to blame everything on the diagnosis. But at the end of the day, a diagnosis is not meant to give you an excuse. It's meant to give you the tools to be able to find a solution and to fix whatever problem you have. So in the case of ADHD, well, technically I have ADD. I don't have the hyperactivity part, but everyone says ADHD anyway, so who gives a fuck? But when you have ADHD, it's very easy and it's very hard to be able to focus on things. I realized that I was not able to even fucking read before ADHD, before I had my med. So, like, this is an insane, like, you cannot just will through it, right? You cannot just have the willpower to just go through it. But the other side of that is there are medications that exist, and these medication, they need to be, like, you need to find the right dosage. You need to get to a place where you can actually live your life and not use ADHD as the forever excuse that prevents you from being from living your life. So there's those two parts. People that say that medication is just something that you like, as if you're sniffing coke and you're just like trying to justify your addiction to some drug. They can go fuck themselves, and they're retarded because they're the same people that are essentially not going to never put things into their bodies and be miserable because of it, right? If it turns out that you're sick, you have a cough, and you can just take that cough syrup and make the cough like way more bearable without making it longer, well, you just take the fucking cough syrup, right? There's no problem with that. There should be no no bad externalities. You shouldn't feel bad about these things. And same thing with ADHD. If medication helps, well, you need to get the right dosage. It's hard. I understand all that, but it's not like a forever excuse. It is something that you need to be able to work in the modern society. Sadly, it's like if your brain is truly ADHD, there's no way around it. You will never find enough willpower. You will kill yourself trying to do that. I did, and it just doesn't work. But like, again, the big thing here for our collective ADHD psyche is fuck these people, but also we need to stop using that. Like, stop saying, I have ADHD, I cannot do a thing. We need to say, okay, I have ADHD. If the medication doesn't fucking work, I'll get a new one. Right now, I'm on Foquest, 85 milligram, which is a shit lot. And I need probably more. But, like, it's something I need for my body to be able to sit down and to read things and to be there. Or else I always need to be on the highest octane fucking thing and to like play video games and hear 15 fucking videos at the same time in order to like have some kind of life. So yeah, I guess it answers it. I answered it in the most ADHD way possible.
The very roundabout way.
Yeah, but I don't know, maybe do you disagree about anything? I know that I'm like opinionated as fuck, but yeah.
I don't disagree with anything you said.
Cool. You don't have to agree. It's just that I like the debate. And to answer the Rustard in chat, thanks to TikTok, I can only focus for 8 seconds. That's fair. That's very fair. And you're saying I sound like XQC. Go fuck yourself, Rust. Go fuck yourself. There's no other way to cut it.
Yeah, it's crazy how he can speak at like Mach 10 though, and like only 5% of the population can even understand him.
Yeah, and I explain it all the time, but it's so funny coming like because he's from Quebec and I understand what he's doing, and it's a very ADHD way of doing things. Essentially, when you're speaking in another language, you can either adopt the shape of your mouth of that foreign language, or you just use the same shape of your mouth as your current language. So what he's doing is he's using his Quebecois, Quebec size mouth, and he's just spitting through the fucking English words, and he's battling his Frenchness while speaking. So we end up speaking like that. It's very funny, but yeah, it's funny. It's funny, but yeah, XQC makes me sad sometimes because he moved to the US, but it's part of life. It's part of life. Yeah, not everybody is a fucking ultra Canadian nationalist, so I must live with that.
What do you think of Linus Tech Tips?
From what I've seen,
like what he does?
He's okay. It seems like he's okay. I mean, I haven't seen anything that I like that I'm disgusted by, right? Because there's a lot of YouTubers that will do things that I'm like, oh boy, he's spitting some retarded shit again. But Linus Tech Tip, it feels like he stays out of the retarded things. And I feel like most like excuse that people have to hate him is essentially things that are like inconsequential. But look, maybe you disagree with this. I don't know.
With Linus, I think like his content is pretty decent. It has good production value. It's just that it like you know about multi-channel networks on YouTube?
Yeah.
Like how they'd essentially go and be like, hey, we'll be able to fund you and what have you, steal a couple extra dollars off the top.
Well, they buy the channel essentially to be able to make money off something that people essentially thought was just a personality. Yeah.
And really, with whenever I see a channel go into these multi-channel networks, they kind of lose a lot of the personality and personal. The like it feels much less one-on-one, like the creator is actually talking to you, but instead talking to the entire audience.
I get that. Here's a thing that I think most people are like you. So I think that most people should hear this. Whenever you're creating content, and especially at that level, you see content as a way different thing as your audience. Your audience, most people in the audience seems to always think that the content is like the most like conversation one-on-one. I'm trying to be honest, and I'm essentially giving my my heart's opinion and all that. But at the end of the day, when you're getting to like when you're over 100,000 subscriber, that's for sure the switch has been made in your brain. Your content becomes a job, and most people, if they have some kind of publicity or adverts inside of their content, this is their job. They're just trying to balance
Make
out.
ends meet.
Yeah, they're trying to
their
make ends
business
meet.
bigger.
Make their business better, but also like they're balancing a weird balancing act that is essentially how much do I want to lie, or how much do I want to do research? That's probably a better word. How much research do I want to put into something versus how much money will I get out of that thing? So I can give you an example with my main channel. If I research my Linux kernel videos for 5 hours, or if I research it for 100 hours, the views are going to be the same. So monetarily, there's no reason for me to research a lot. I still do because I love it. Well, sometimes not, but I mostly love it. And I have like an ideological, like my ideology pushes me towards making sure that everything I say is factual. That's what I believe. That's my convictions. So that's what I do. But when you're getting into the 100,000 like subscriber range, you for sure have come into that dilemma where you're essentially saying the research is going to have to go a little bit lower, and I'm just going to get them out. That doesn't mean that you're a liar. That doesn't mean that you're a bad person. That just means that you shouldn't expect the person dishing out one video a day or one video every 2 days that has like 3 person working on these videos. You shouldn't expect them to have a level of research of someone that will issue 1 video a month and that will do like a fuck ton of research and that you know and trust and know that are actually not speaking bullshit about a thing. So there's this balance, and like just this idea of having this balance, in my view, completely destroys the idea of the one-on-one. Because if you were truly in a like one-on-one relationship with as much honesty as possible, when you make these 1 videos a day, you would have to say, I have no fucking clue what I'm doing every video. If you wanted to be 100% honest, you would have to say that. But
well, I mean, it would be part of the brand at that point.
Yeah, but then you wouldn't like have videos, right? Nobody would want to listen to someone that would be like, yeah, I have no fucking clue what I'm doing. I'm just vibing through things and yeah, just live with it. Then it would be a different thing. It wouldn't be a tech channel. So
did you ever watch Jiraga 1?
If ever watch what?
Jiraga 1, Druaga 1.
I don't know what that is.
AGA 1. Yeah.
AGA. Okay. Nope, never.
He hasn't posted in a very long time, but he's like one of the first tech channels I ever watched.
But like there's yeah, in a long time, that's true. But like there's it's complicated. It's a complicated balance. Fuck. My core issue here is that when these channels get taken over by these multi-channel agency thing, like we can say, oh, there's some of the honesty, some of the image that is tarnished by that. I understand that, but the fact is, if you were to look into the hearts of the YouTubers, that was lost a long fucking time ago. They made their decision. They're now going through the motion. So now you need to look at it and tell yourself, is the content that they're doing, can I trust it? And is it the type of content that I'm interested in? And stop essentially relying on these people to be sources of pure truth, because they probably are not. Linus Tech Tip doesn't know everything about tech. He's giving his opinions on a bunch of things. He relies on the research of his team. But if his team fucks up, well, then he's fucked. If you want to know something for real, you're going to have to read the law. You're going to have to read for real to go out and actually do a thing. We've had a full fucking, like, 5-hour retarded stream where I read some California law. But, yeah, like, this happens. In any case, like, there's a bunch of things that are going on in the internet. People have their views, but this idea, like, it's sad. It breaks a lot of things into your brain, but the idea that these big channels are, like, one-on-one honest, sadly, it's just not the case. It's maths, it's money, and that's all there is. So, like, I like Linus Tech Tip. I don't think that he's going into these trends that are horrible.
He's not unhealthy compared to what Mr. Beast does. I just feel like
I don't know
on
about
a scale
Mr.
of
Beast.
content farm. You don't know about Mr. Beast?
Well, I know who he is, but I don't know about how it's bad. Like, when I was talking about bad, just to give you a name and maybe we can talk about it, it would be Gamer Nexus. Like, Gamer Nexus will, every videos that he put out, there contains big lies, and he is doing it knowingly. He's doing it to be able to, like, sell this idea that he is fighting the man. So, like, Gamer Nexus is that example.
Yeah, that is his brand, really.
Yeah, but it's all a lie, right? If we look at every video where he says, oh, this is bad, or this is that, it's always lies. So, the big thing that we reviewed was the ESA servers are illegal, where essentially this is all taken out of the context, but I can explain it. Give me like half a second. If you want to yap away, you can. I'll just go pee, but I can hear you. So if you have something to say,
all right.
Have fun.
But yeah, I find the quality of a YouTube channel, like, mostly goes on a scale of how much content farm they are. So, like, Mr. Beast or Linus Tech Tips are kind of high up, while you're down here pretty much as far as you can be, where it's not a content farm. It's just pure informative content that gives you something useful to know. And really, when I see a channel turn into a content farm, I usually see a lot of the soul go out of it. Like, I've seen it with Smosh.
All right. I understand what you're saying, right? I understand that when you start dishing out shit, it feels like the soul goes out. But another thing that you also need to understand is that all people, no one can recognize what real value, what honesty is. Because if I start dishing out more videos, I can absolutely just say bullshit about how Linux works and about all of that thing and make a bunch more views and just go in and just lie and just filter my comments so that it always looks like I'm true about everything. Like Rustard in the chat right now is saying Clown Journal. That's true. What's his name? Lunduk Journal. Like this guy essentially does that. He lie. He's always talking about some like politics linked to some kind of tech thing. And he's essentially just lying again and again. People don't see the difference between real work and dying, or real research and lying. And like the sad part is that content like mine, like I'm not complaining, I know that it's the game, but content like mine is a losing offer. If I would ever want to make this my job, let's say that tomorrow I lose my job and I'm like, well, fuck it, I'm doing it. I would never put as much research as I am doing right now because I'm losing, right? So that's a big thing. Anyway,
I feel like Lewis Rossman kind of fits right in the middle there, where he does just enough research. He shares his opinion. He makes it available that it is an opinion versus fact, and what he does have is hard facts. He just shows you.
Well,
like you have him right below Pierre whatever.
I'm going to disagree.
Yeah.
I'm going to disagree a lot. The big thing, so that's maybe another thing that I can maybe inch your interest in. At the very start of this conversation, I talked a little bit about opinions. Opinions don't actually exist most of the time. So you can have opinions about liking. I'm not attacking you, just to be clear. I'm just saying in general. You can have opinions about liking the color red over the color blue. That makes sense, right? It's something that you can be you can have an opinion about. Where you cannot have an opinion is about stating this law does that thing and it doesn't do that thing. About stating this person is corrupt and they haven't done anything corrupt. Those are not opinion, those are lies. So one big problem that I have with Rossman is that Rossman is one of these guys that most people are like this, but it triggers me. So to be able to have an informed opinion, you need a couple of things. The first thing you need is an understanding of the situation and data. So most people will only go from the understanding of the decision, of the situation. So they're going to look at essentially, let's say, some laws being added, removing some rights from some people. Who the fuck knows? And they will look at that and they will say, well, this is bad because it removes rights. But then when you look at the data, when you look at the actual fact, like more broadly, you see that law doesn't actually do what that vibe-based, essentially, first look does. It actually solves a bunch of problems to reinforce your rights. It does X, it does Y. So people will go on these big, quote-unquote, opinions that will end up be total lies because they have no understanding of the underlying system they're currently critiquing. And now I can point to a bunch of examples with Rossman. Let's go and scroll. They talked about Canada, and that triggered the fuck out of me. Maybe you saw the video. So let's...
I mostly see the stuff where he gets contact from people's attorneys, and he goes and it essentially calls them out like, oh, take this video down because this or that, and none of this is defamatory, so we're not going to take it down. We'll take you to court is pretty much his entire thing.
Well, that's the issue, right? It's because sometimes it might be defamatory, but it might not be to the point where he can be taken to court.
Has to be something that is untruthful, though.
Well, that's the issue. So what Rossman will do is he will say things that are untruthful, but when... so defamation law in the US, the way that it works is you can lie about... lie. It's complicated. You cannot knowingly lie about a public person, but it needs to be knowable, and you need to prove the fact that there are damage linked to that. So it essentially, if you're a public person... unless someone calls you out as a pedophile and tries to make a whole campaign about the fact that you're a pedophile, it's impossible to sue someone for lies. So the issue is that what Lewis will do is he will essentially lie about 99% of the situation, but it's not a lie like...
Oh, there's your Canadian video.
Yeah. So he's not going to... What he's going to do is going to push a narrative that doesn't actually exist. So, for example, this whole thing is... So, this video is about a new Canadian law that he says forces messaging app to log data. And what he says is he essentially says the government is doing this authoritarian push where they're seeking to get all the data from the company with encrypted services, and they're asking to decrypt the messages, and they're asking
essentially get a backdoor in there.
Yes, that's a lie. Like, we can go look at fuck, which one is
Like,
it? I think
if
it's
you use
C22.
Signal, I don't think you can force anyone to have a backdoor, especially if you host your own Signal server.
Like, let me show you how ridiculous the lie is. If you go, and that's the actual fucking law, okay? If you look at the definitions in the law, they say electronic protection means authentication, encryption, and other prescribed type of data protection. So electronic protection essentially means encryption. And they say in the law, systemic vulnerability means vulnerability in the electronic protection of an electronic service that create a substantial risk that secure information could be accessed by a person who does not have any right or authority to do so. And when we when we check
use the find function again.
Yes, when we use the find function, systemic vulnerability. So I use the find function 3 times, okay? I'm not the smartest people alive, okay? It says, that's part of the law, systemic vulnerability. A core provider is not required to comply with a provision of a regulation made under subsection 2, which is essentially the regulation itself, with respect of an electronic service, if compliance with that provision would require the provider to introduce a systemic vulnerability related to that service or prevent the provider from rectifying such a vulnerability. So that paragraph essentially states you don't need to create a backdoor. If you have that information, if that information passes through your hand, you have to keep it. But if you never had access to it, you don't have to make it up out of thin air.
If you don't have the encryption keys in the first place, you can give them the encrypted data, but they have to do the work of finding how to decrypt it.
Yes.
Is what you're saying.
Well, they don't have to do the work to, sorry, I just want to be sure that we're on the same line. You don't have to do the work to decrypt it. You don't have to create a backdoor. What they're saying here is we're regulating things that you have in your control. So if you ever had the name of the person, you need to keep it. So if it was encrypted, you don't have to keep it. So here, what he is doing is essentially reading the titles of some things, and he's saying, oh my God, that's bad because of this, because of this, because of that. And I think he's even like quoting some article somewhere near the end, maybe. But this is a mischaracterization of the whole fucking law. Like, this is just a pure lie. And
if you don't have to add anything extra to your stuff, it's only asking to surrender data if you're requested of it, if you have it in plain text. I understand the concept, though I'd argue that not in all cases. Like without a warrant, I don't think you should be able to even request that data.
Well, here's the thing, okay? I read the full fucking text. I'm so like I'm so knowledgeable about it. Okay, I'm an expert at this point. So the law, the way that it works is because in Canada, we don't actually have any power to go after people if they use the internet. So what that means is that in the US, if your police made a request to some ISP asking them, hey, is this person your client? They're going to get an answer, right? They're going to be able to know, okay, the pedophile over there that is transmitting child porn through torrent, well, we know his IP, we can know which ISP, and now we can go ask a judge to have a warrant in order to get more information about them. The issue is
that the person that has that content is the one you think it is. Like without the content,
to de-anonymize an IP, for example.
Multiple people can be on a single IP, so you can never really truly know which computer it's from.
Yes, but you can still start an investigation, right? You can. You still have a crime going on.
If you have a probable cause, you're allowed to get a warrant, and possession of CSAM is definitely one of them.
But here the issue is that in Canada we don't have anything that enables that. So what would happen is that if let's say there's some investigation. They get the IP address of someone that is sending CSAM, that is sending, we know what. They would look at the IP and they would ask the ISPs, hey, is this your client? Like, just to know if the IP is part of the ISPs, people that they manage. And the ISPs would not answer. So what that would mean is that you can then not get a warrant because you don't have any targets. You cannot even say which ISP you're getting the warrant for, right? You cannot say, oh, I have a warrant to whoever the fuck. That doesn't exist. You need a targeted warrant with the specific person that you're essentially sending the warrant to. So the right that they're adding is the right to ask the ISP, is this your client? And the ISP has to answer if the IP address or if the name or if the whatever is their client. It's a yes or no,
that's
nothing
how it
more.
already works in the US.
Yes.
I can't really say I have an issue with that.
So this is the first thing that the law adds. The second thing is whenever you have that answer, there is now a lower threshold warrant, because with a warrant, you essentially have to have someone dead to rights. So you have, at least in Canada, when you go ask a judge, you need to be able to show essentially, yeah, this guy fucking raped the kids. We know. Here's the proof, in order to be able to get more information. But what you can do now with this new law is that you can ask a limited band of information that essentially ask, who is this person? So let's say that you have an IP, you've confirmed that the IP is part of this ISP. You can now, with the agreement of a judge, ask for the de-anonymization of that person. So you can ask their name, you can ask where they live, you can ask, more than their MAC address, right? Their actual information. So the information that the ISP has, you can now ask it, if they have it, of course, if the judge signs it, and it's a lower threshold than the traditional warrant in order to get the investigation going. So let's make the story, okay? You have a pedophile streaming porn through their IP address. They see, okay, we have this IP address. They ask all the ISPs, okay, who's the one that has this IP address and that serves this IP address? One raises its hand, it's us, it's Bell or whatever. So they raise their hands and they're like, hey, it's us. And then the cop goes to see a judge and he says, hey, I have an IP address. It sends CP. What are we going to do about it? And the other says, okay, we've looked at it. Essentially, we see that it serves CP. So we allow you to de-anonymize this person, get their name. And they get their name. And then they can actually fucking have a real fucking warrant where they can go after this person. They can then bust the door of this asshole for real because they know who it is.
The name of the person, because you don't know who is on that IP though.
Yeah, but that's another part, right? Right now we're just okay. That's you can see the screen,
that's later
right?
on, right? Yeah, I see it.
Okay, step 1. Maybe it's delayed. I can stream on Discord if it's simpler.
It's not super delayed. It's like 5 seconds.
Oh, all right. So step number 1, it is asking the ISP if the IP is part of it. So that's the first step. Second step, once you have the ISP, you go see a judge, and you ask them to de-anonymize the person. So the way that you get that, okay, that's fucking bad writing, who cares? So you ask the judge, hey, can I have the authorization to de-anonymize this person? The way that the ISP has that information is because they're selling it, right? So you can have the name of the connection because someone sells, like the ISP is selling the connection, right? I'm paying my ISP, so my name is in the bill. Now, let's just be clear. This doesn't allow anyone to get in jail yet. This just says we can know who pays for the bill on that IP. Yes, and which house on that IP that is currently serving child porn. So this then allows to go forward and make a real case, right? And then because you have the name, because you have some other information, you have the date of transmission for the communications, like you have some other small information, the payment information, how it was paid. So you have these information, and then you can make your case, right? You're not in jail at that point, right? If my IP, someone was to VPN in and send child porn all over the place, well, I wouldn't be in jail because of that. But it would allow them to make a case in order to make a real warrant where they might go and take a look inside of my computer. Yeah, because at that point, we're seeing an IP and it torrents CP on the internet. Or we need to fix this, right? We cannot just let some retard sending CP on the internet. So that step, those two steps are added by the law. Without the law, it would be dead at the start. There's no way, like, you're a pedophile, you're protected in Canada. Like, it's that insane. So unless the pedophile somehow puts his address in the middle of the video, well, nothing happens. So this makes sense. And it makes sense because it's
totally makes sense.
And it's the way that everywhere it works. So here, the reason, to come back to Louis Rossmann, the reason why I say that he's dumb is because he doesn't understand the situation. He hasn't read any real documentation. Like he's just like going for quotes in his head when he made this research, quote unquote research. What he did, like, it's very simple. Those people, they go in and they already have an opinion. Their opinion, they don't know if it's right or if it's wrong, but they already think that the Canadian government is there to fuck you. So they go there and then they make all of their arguments, but they make it backward from their opinion. So essentially, how are they going to fuck you? That needs to be filled from them. So they look at the law and make their dumb judgment and then end up with these videos where they essentially lie. So, like, I'm not opposed to people. I've read a full fucking document talking about this, talking about how they believe that it's bad, right? There's actual researcher that went into it that says this is a power, that's their argument. This is a power that was never granted to the federal government before. It shouldn't be done that fast. There should be more check and it should be more narrow because they believe that it's a bit too broad in how they describe ISP and how they describe the data. That's fair. Like, those are real arguments. Louis Rossmann doesn't make any of these arguments. What he's saying is the government wants to rape you. So, like, what the fuck am I supposed to do about it? If this guy is able to lie to me blatantly, I don't care if it's voluntary or if he's just a retard. At the end, he's not a safe source of information. So now, each time that I see Louis Rossmann...
Oh, ask the provider to voluntarily provide the... that seems like it would actually make it even more difficult for them than if it was just voluntarily or not.
Well, there's some things that are voluntarily. So this... there is protection within the law that stipulates that... okay. So the way that the law works is it's essentially says that there are different types of data. This has already been... fuck. So it's building on another law, so I don't know if we will be able to get the definition of it easily. But essentially, it says that if you give more than what the law technically... than what by the law you should be giving, you cannot, like, you won't be sued for it. So for example, in the law, it states that you can give transmission data. So transmission data essentially means the timing of the transmission, when it occurs, and where was it sent to. It doesn't mean the data within the transmission. So if you have, like, let's say you're sending an image, we won't see the image, but we will see where you sent and what time it was sent. So what it states is, let's say that you, for some reason, by mistake, I don't know, send the image in and of itself, you won't get sued for that, right? You cannot get sued for trying to comply with our order and somehow giving more. So, like, here I'm, like, this is probably the worst the worst thing that could happen, but I can see how like some narrow metadata would be given that are not part of it. So let's say that instead of giving the date of transmission, you're also giving the date of creation of an account. Well, technically that's not part of the law, but you shouldn't be sued for that,
a lot
right?
with catching. That can help a lot with catching people doing very suspicious things. Like if you go make an account for a relay of some sort, and you go use that relay and then do stuff you're not legally allowed to do, then
yes, but
they have a
technically,
decent idea of who you are and who they should be going for.
yes, but technically, the government is not allowed to force for that specific piece of data. But if if the specific ISP just provides that data, they shouldn't be sued for that, right? We can clearly see that this could be a mistake. This could be something like you send, and it's just part of your data infrastructure of how you log things. So you kind of need to send it, or else it becomes complicated. So that could be a reasonable way to think about it. Or it could just be that you really want to remove the pedophiles from your platform or whatever. Like these are all like valid explanations for it, and it should be okay that if you give a little bit more, that it doesn't fuck you over. So, like, this is... Anyway, come back to Lewis. Lewis here is either out of his depth and a fucking retard, or he is voluntarily lying for clicks. In both of these cases, this makes him an unreliable narrator. This makes him someone that you cannot trust for your information, because instead of saying... Well, instead of not making a video or saying, look, there's this law, I've heard some experts say that it's new things that are being changed, I invite you to read, or we're going to read like this criticism document made by the actual people that actually read the law and know what the fuck they're talking about. Instead of doing that, he went out and clipped the law, essentially. Look at the law itself, but look at the parts that helped him make his narrative, helped him make his lie. Right? Nowhere in there is he talking about the encryption part. Well, to my knowledge, I watched this on stream, okay? So I do not believe...
Maybe he's complaining about logging on unencrypted data. I could see that being an issue.
That's not his point.
All right. I haven't watched the video, so I couldn't say.
Yeah, it's okay, but I've watched the video, so I'm just telling you, like this, he's not the only one who lied. Like his video came after a bunch of other videos on the subject, but all the people that talked about this, Some Ordinary Gamer, maybe you know it.
I listened to him too.
So he did the same thing, and he's doing it often. So Some Ordinary Gamer is,
and he lives in Canada.
Yep. So, I mean, I made a full video on the subject, but...
And
yeah.
On another note, flock, and B, requiring age verification. How do you feel about those two things?
Wait, I have a second. I'm going to get my water, but you're asking flock? When you're saying flock...
I'm talking about flock cameras.
Okay.
So essentially, surveillance by a private organization, NGO.
Okay. So, the first thing, I don't like the word NGO, and that's because it's a boogeyman. So a lot of people, when they say...
It's a non-governmental organization. It's not part of the government.
I understand, but I'm not attacking what you're saying. It's it's true. It's just that when people use NGO, what they often mean is dark cabal or something malicious.
That's not what I mean by it. I mean it in the sense of the word.
I know. I'm just declaring, when you hear people talk a lot about NGOs, that should be like a red flag in your mind. But yeah, let's start with Flock, I guess. So, like, it depends what we mean. So here, I'm just going to relay some possibilities. So let's say that a city wants to have the ability to track their citizen in order so that their police force know where a car is at essentially all time to be able to, get criminals. In that
Or
view,
even convict people that are now even like otherwise in suspicion.
well, yeah. Wait a second. Okay. Let's dig a bit deeper on what you're saying. The fact that you're not caught by traditional techniques does not mean that you didn't do something illegal.
Sure, but to what degree should the government be able to say, "Oh yeah, you can do this," or "No, you can't do that"? Like, I understand if you
To an
blow a
infinite
fucking red
degree.
light.
We agree on this. It's just that you've not been exposed to the to situation where it makes sense. Do you agree that if someone murders someone else, like I'm not talking about self-defense,
you should be able to get
murders.
a warrant and get that information, but
You should
get a warrant first, not just be able to type in a fucking donut or whatever and be like, "Oh yeah, that's our reason. We're looking for donut."
No. But that's never how it works. So,
But you literally just have to prompt the flock to be able, like, it has it has learning and it's able to identify things. So
Yeah,
you
but
can
it
just
doesn't-
go and look for whatever you want, even if there's nothing there.
No, that's not how it works. So there's pressures there that I think most people don't know. The judiciary, the judge, and well, technically in the US it's being judged by a jury of your peers. The goal of this is that, let's say that someone was to make up shit, okay? And you didn't murder someone, but the flock says through their AI that you did murder someone. It would go to court, and the people, the prosecutors, they would have to essentially prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the flock camera cannot make a mistake, A, and that you did the murder, B, which is not possible. No, like, this would never win in court, never. And like you can spice it up with a bunch more thing, like you were at the same place as a murder and X and Y, but like, even if you spice it up and make the situation very bad, you won't be able to convict unless you have real proof. So the flock cameras, they allow you to get a lead on things, but themselves, unless they get footage of something bad happening, they're not going to convict. So here, let's go back to the start. If you make a murder, like well, not you. Let's say someone comes in and murder your mom, okay? Let's be fucking graphic. Murders your mom.
Sure.
And this person escaped, and within all the traditional ways, they would have escaped. No one would know. But because we have flock cameras, we knew that their car was parked within the exact time frame where your mom died, and they went out, and then the police were able to like investigate and get a warrant, get the fingerprint for the guy, and then see, oh my God, they match, and he actually killed your mom. Isn't that here?
It's beneficial, sure.
Okay. Yes, that's exactly. Thank you. You answered exactly how. Thank you for this absolute good faith. I love it. So we can agree that it's a beneficial thing. Now, where the conversation should be and ought to be is for this community. Do they believe that flock cameras are either needed or are something that they are open to for their privacy? I am someone that doesn't care much about my privacy. I would be okay with flock cameras, but I can see how someone would look at flock cameras and would say, I don't like the fact that I'm on film wherever the fuck I'm going. And that's okay for the people that live there to say no. Not for the overall federal government to say no. Not for, I would even say, the state government to say no. I would say it is a per community, per city thing that they need to make the choice. They should vote for a mayor, and that mayor should make that choice for them, and if people disagree, they will elect a mayor that will remove them or will make sure that it doesn't happen. Like, that's a part of democracy
Thing is with
that should be
cameras,
enforced.
they always they're already all across everywhere, and almost no one knew about them until they were already getting put up.
Like, I just disagree with that. Like, maybe it's because in Canada we don't have them, but like
in Michigan, you can look like on deflock.me. There's just like it's pretty much swarming with them. Not every spot, but like I can say concretely that if I were to go more than if I were to go down to, let's say, the Detroit Zoo, I know I'd hit probably 20 or more flock cameras.
Okay, let's just look at the map so that we have an idea. But here, like, let's just be clear, there's always been cameras at big places. Okay, why can't you load? Please just render. Anyway, there's always been cameras at a lot of places. So one example would be highways, bridge. Normally these places contains cameras just because
license plates, readers.
Not even that. Like, if it gets blocked, you would want to know, right? The authorities should know if a big truck is stopping a bridge, and you should know. Like, it's very fucking important. So,
mind you, I'm like below the thumb of Michigan. I'm where that big old red spot is by Detroit, just north of it.
Yeah, but here
there's a crap load of them.
Like, like you say, there's a crap load of them. I mean, I kind of disagree. The reason why I disagree that there's a crap load of them is, yes, there's...
It looks like there's more of them than McDonald's. At least in the areas that they are dense.
Okay, shouldn't there be... I would expect there to be 100x more cameras than McDonald's. So, okay, let me... Maybe this is not true for everywhere. In Canada, or in Quebec, in my city, when I used to work at a computer repair shop, we had cameras, we were selling cameras, and it happened often that the cops would come and would say, hey, there's been a break-in, can we have access to your cameras so that we can see the front of your shop, so that we can see which car was passing by? And they would have to go shop per shop with cameras in order to get that information. It would take them hours. And of course, if we decided to not comply, we could, but like, this is something that you would just comply because you want to have the cops on your side, right? You want the cops to like you.
Because, like,
well, it's not a targeting thing.
I know. But ultimately, people can hold grudges.
Well, yes, but it's also, they give a service to the community. They are doing a hard job. So you want to not be a problem in this. Yes. So here, like,
but just because of their authority, it already convinces people to give the information away much more easily.
Yeah, but that's not bad, right? Would we say, like, again, let's say that we have two worlds. One world where there's just a little bit more cameras and they don't have to go door to door to ask businesses and waste a lot of time in order to find your mom's murderer. Or they could just look at the flock camera and probably have their answer. I would much prefer the flock camera world to the one where they have to essentially ask everyone. That seems like a big waste of time, but it's something that that they need to do currently. So, like, there's real arguments that you can make about flock cameras. I just don't think that the fact that the
average person really needs to care that much about it, that they're not really going to get any
well, the truth is they don't.
Effects of it.
Well, they're never going to feel the ill effect. They're never going to feel any negative effect of it. And, like, what negative effect have you felt of flock cameras?
Personally, I haven't.
And 99.9999% are not going to feel it, and the people that are going to feel it are going to be people that break the law. So here the truth is, if there is more flock cameras in your community, it's because people have tacitly voted for it. If it truly was an issue, they would vote to get rid of them or to not have them. So
it's more complicated than that to be able to get rid of them.
No, it's really that simple. You can just vote people in, and like there's some things that are directly in the purview of your elected representative. Flock cameras are. So you can absolutely just strip all the flock cameras after an election. It would be a retarded waste of money in my view, but you could still do it. So here, I feel like the issue that we have, it's a little bit like healthcare. We're seeing some people care a lot about a thing, but most people that are, most
Holy
of the
crap,
voters,
Chicago.
yeah, and it makes sense, right? You have a higher crime city, at least traditionally, so it would make sense.
Well, I mean, wouldn't this also like hurt the unhoused population that might need to steal just to be able to live?
No, that's not true. I don't believe that any unhoused people are truly stealing to survive. That doesn't exist in the U.S. Unless you're counting like stealing from the trash, and I do not believe that the police will.
No, I mean like petty theft.
No,
from like stores and crap, so you can get food.
No, I don't believe that happens. Like, I understand what you're saying. It just, like, I've never seen this match reality. When I've seen theft
I got you.
in my life, it's always been people that wanted the thrill of it. Like, I remember, again, that's my experience in the
some
computer.
people are just kleptomaniacs. I don't understand it personally.
I would have grandmas, like literal 70-year-old grandmas, okay? They would come in groups and they would steal the, Arduino or Raspberry Pi? They would steal Arduino pieces. Do you think that they're using Arduino pieces? No, it's for the thrill of it that they're doing it. They find it fun. And it would happen. Like, these people are not starving. They're not reselling Arduino pieces on the fucking retail market, okay?
Yeah, no, Arduinos are like cheap as hell. Like, they're even cheaper than a Raspberry Pi Zero.
Yes, it's like, it's ridiculous. So when, and it was like modules for Arduino, so not even like the
like the hats?
Not even ads. So you can buy like just captors.
Gotcha.
So it's like
tiny little things.
$5 max a piece. Like it's retarded, but they would because
there's no reason to be stealing. Like
so, like I understand. There's this hypothetical that we all know. Like, should someone that is starving or that have a starving child be stealing? Everyone would say yes. But the truth is, in the U.S., you're like, it seems dumb, but your trash are filled with so much food that you can just from the trash.
Unhoused people really have to eat out of the trash just to live. Like, I wouldn't want my kids fucking trash.
No, but they go to food banks, right? That's what they do. So they will go to food banks. They will go to whatever organization is inside of their community to be able to eat. This is already something that is solved, because if the unhoused population was truly starving, you would know it. Like, this is, if you want to know why there's so much terrorism in the Middle East, it's because you have a bunch of displaced persons that have no life, that are starving. These people will do anything for food. So these people would absolutely steal, but that's because they're in a way worse situation. And in the US, it sounds very fucking retarded, but it is true. A poor person in India or in Syria or in most of the world would pay their left kidney to be unhoused in America. And it's not because you have a lot of benefit, it's because of how opulent and rich your society is. Your trash have more value than their entire household. And when you realize that, that's when you see, yeah, we're just not like this. Just doesn't really happen. Or if it does, it's not an issue. Like one person stealing one orange because they weren't able to find some fucking food somewhere, and like this person is not going to be prosecuted by the police anyway, because the police doesn't prosecute these people. Most states have some rate
You have to
under
go,
which
yeah, if it's just petty theft, generally police don't go after them. It's once it's a certain dollar amount that they are like,
Yes.
oh yeah, this is worth going after. Let's spend our resources on this.
yes. So here, just to come back to the flocks, that's a decision that like, oh, the city of South Bend, well, they should make that decision for themselves. The city of my brain, Detroit.
Roseville, let's say.
Detroit should make this decision. The townships around Detroit should make these decisions. So, yeah, they should make this decision. And I would be happy with one side or the other winning that argument. I believe for my own house, I would like if we would have more cameras around, because I have never seen a place in my life where cameras were a problem to me, and I feel like we are overall safer with the cameras. That's my opinion. But here, that's one place where opinions are valid, right? Because it's not as if there is an empirical superior thing when we talk about your privacy. Your privacy has a price, and depending on what that price is for you, it's going to, of course, change the bounds of if you accept the flock or not. But here, people should vote on it. Where there could be issues, that's where I wanted to go. Where you could have issues is if they're using datas for things that are not expected, or that your elected
Or that
leaders
isn't
don't
even
know.
for law enforcement, I could
Yes.
argue.
So if you take all of that data,
It could very well be abused, is all I see as the negative. It could be abused.
well, the real question here is it, right? If that information is all backdoored by China and it is abused and we can prove it, then of course fixing the backdoor would be the first thing. But if it's impossible to fix such a backdoor, to fix such issue, then yes, remove it, because it's a dangerous thing. But
but people
we
with
have to start by
ill
proving that.
intentions, even that have access to these systems, can just query them.
Yes, but let's think about what we're talking about here, right? Query them. So you're querying a video feed, or maybe some like traffic infractions that are going on. That's all that you can get from those. So what, or the tracking
You can
of a
see
specific
what
car.
people on they can even detect faces. They put names to faces frequently.
Yes, but like we're talking about like the most advanced camera by talking about this. Like the most advanced city with the like Chicago doesn't have that capability, and they have a shitload of camera. I guarantee you that they're not able to track faces. They're able to track cars. That would be
That's
trivial.
a feature of Flock itself.
I understand that's a
And
feature.
that's
What
all
I'm
the
saying
blue,
is
that's
that
the blue bar on the top, the Flock safety.
yes, I understand that, but there's levels to it. Like
And that's only the ones within your view. So that's Chicago particularly.
yes, I understand that, but you understand that there's a level to it.
Yes, I understand.
So if we have a camera and the camera is filming the road, it won't be able to film your face within the car. It will know that it's your car if it has access to the database of all the plates, which the police has. So they could make inferences of who is in the car. And maybe if you have like more detailed cameras in some specific spots, so let's say that in the airport you have some cameras there that are able to like focus on the faces, maybe. But what I'm saying is this essentially, like we're trying to paint, most people are trying to paint the dystopian view of we know where everybody is at every second, and we know if you masturbated in a plant. So like this, like that's just not
like
what's
if
going
someone needs to urinate, like
if you piss on the side of the road, you're not going to get arrested for it.
you can get arrested for indecent exposure if you get caught.
Yes, but that would need to be unreasonable. No one in the history of people has been arrested for pissing somewhere because they really needed it, and like where the like people might have been arrested for that if they were doing like very retarded things. Like you're in a children's park and you're like pissing, looking at kids, right? So at that point,
that's a little weird.
Yeah, at that point you're a fucking retard, right? But the person, let's say that your kid like really needs to pee, and you're on the highway somewhere, you just stop on the side, you let them pee. Well, no one is going to arrest you unless you're like wildly unsafe while doing it. So, like, I think that the big issue when we look at Flock is again a narrative, and we are looking at things as if no human or no reasonable human was looking at this. The goal of the police is not to fuck you over. The goal of the police is to make sure that there's less crime.
But it only
right?
takes one bad egg.
Well, no, right? What does one bad person? Let's say that one person, they really
Let's
hate
say
the world. What will happen?
Let's say a police officer has an ex that they want to go track down and kill. All they have to do is find their license plate, go find where they last were identified, and go figure out where they are from there.
Yeah, but then you can already do that, right? You don't have to, like, having access to Flock will make it a little bit easier. But let's be honest, if you have an ex and you want to kill that person, you will find wherever the fuck they live. It is possible. It is even trivial, and you will be able to do it. I understand that we like to cling to this idea that everything is safe. The truth is, if someone wants to come and kill me, I have enough information on the internet where they know my address. It is trivial to find my address. So, and I have not disclosed it. So, it's weird to think about, but we just trust that no one will kill somebody else. And like if we look at Charlie Kirk, right? That's an example. We have like this one high stake murder. But let's think about it. Like the quantities of murder, at least in the political speakers that are not Democrats, because it seems that Democrats in Michigan do end up getting killed for some reason. You don't know?
I haven't heard of that.
Oh my God. Michigan. Michigan Democrat killed. Okay, so in 2025, there was a guy that essentially went at a list of the homes of a bunch of Democratic legislator, and he essentially went, disguised as a cop, and was doing houses per houses to kill all the Democratic legislator. So he's a conspiracy theorist, mega Trump guy. He went to the first house, he fucking killed the people there, and he had a list going from houses to houses. And what happened is that the police essentially saw this and understood right away, oh fuck, this motherfucker is going to go houses per houses. So the police looked the address of the next legislator that would be the nearest, went there, and they managed to get the guy before he actually like killed more.
Hey, that's a good play.
So, like, again, in this situation,
crazy people out there for sure.
Yeah, but in this situation, let's think about it. Wouldn't flock cameras be crazy good in this situation, right? Because you could probably track whoever the fuck was passed there, have some kind of idea of where they are. They are way easier. But again, the issue is we're looking at this as if our police are bad people and it only takes one bad person. The truth is, if we're going for this, it only takes one person, we're always going to lose. It only takes just the fact that there's a police, right? If someone is a police officer, they have a gun, they can essentially walk pretty much anywhere. And if they want to kill someone, they're going to kill someone. So sadly, not sadly, we need people to do that. But like, if someone is fucked in the head enough, it will happen. So I don't see why we couldn't, like, this is not an argument to me. What is an argument would be the privacy.
How about we step on to the age verification?
Yeah, when we're talking about age verification, it's very important to like set out the goals of what we
OS
want.
level age verification. Let's make that a bit more clear.
Yes. So when we're thinking about age verification, I'm thinking about it in a Canadian context because we're currently, as a country, we're trying to think about what we will do next if we want to ban things or whatever. But age verification, like the goal here, we need to start by agreeing with the result that we want to have. The result that we want to have by age verification is saying that some content should not be allowed to be viewed if you're a kid. If you're, let's say if you're 12, you shouldn't be exposed to porn. Now, some people will say to that, yes, even 12 years old should be exposed to porn. That's a valid argument, okay?
I feel like as long as the parental guardians allow it, it should be within, like, it should be discretion of the parents. And I think that ultimately, if you just have parental supervision, that's not an issue. You don't need age verification.
Well, then it doesn't. Okay, so this specific thing doesn't weaken age verification. Think about it further. If you're saying it's under parental supervision, well, then saying that we lock everything but access to the parent can give access to the children, right? So it doesn't weaken the case.
Let's say you want to go on a porn site, let's say, and they're like, oh yeah, you live here. We know you have age verification. We need to know who you are before you continue. So it'll go take your fucking driver's license, go put it in a database that isn't always well secured. And if they ever have a data breach, then you end up with your ID out. And you also get associated with the site that you signed up on.
I get it. Now, here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing. So first of all, let's just, I need you to start by granting, just for the sake of argument, just so that we can continue this correctly, granting that it is a good idea, for the sake of argument, to ban children from watching porn. Okay, it is a valid idea to say, yeah, they should just watch porn, fuck it. But just so that the argument makes sense, or else we can always retreat and say, well, I just don't care. We need to say, we want to ban children watching porn. So let's just start with that foundation, assume that we agree on that. Now, the arguments that you're making at this point, saying essentially, we don't want to have our name linked to a porn site. We don't want to give out information to people. That seems wildly unsafe. And we could have
some
breach. Yeah, and we could have some breach of information that could compromise the whole thing. I agree with everything you're saying, but this, sadly, is not something that weakens in any way age verification. What it weakens is a bad implementation of age verification. Here is how age verification, done in a way that makes sense, would be done. What you would create is you would create an independent governmental agency that would be tasked with creating IDs for your people. That's the first thing in the US, because you guys don't have IDs, but would first create IDs for your people.
And most people have an SSN at the bare minimum.
Yeah, but it's not forced, so there's no like guarantee of it. But
but if you're Amish, you're not really going to go on a computer in the first place. But anyways,
I understand. So let's say no, it's all good. Let's say that we instead of let's skip the granting IDs part, and let's just say we have an organization that is there to verify that someone is a specific person. So to be able to link an identity to someone with a password, essentially. So what you can do from there is you can, and this is all bog standard technology that we know how to do for like decades.
Like if we were to do it a bit different, I could see like OS level,
you're going too
OS
far.
Level verification is where
You're already going too far in your mind. Stay right here, okay? So you have the government They issue IDs, and what they do is when you log in to that porn website, it will ask you, hey, you have to log in through this specific login, which is government controlled. And what this login will do is it will issue a token. The porn website, they don't know your identity. They have no fucking idea who you are, what age you are. They just know you're an adult. They know the yes or no. So that way, it's solved. And if you have age verification on the OS level, it's essentially the same thing, where you will request the token from the OS. The OS will give the token to the company, the porn website, and the porn website will do the verification at the governmental agency. And all of that can be done with total anonymity, with the security of the fact that the government is holding and setting the standard.
If you have access to the database that has all these identities, if you just link back this value that's associated to you, you can go and search that up. And then you can, like, with particularly OS level, I don't want my identities associated to my devices.
Well, then there's a bunch of things that are broken in that logic, because if we assume that it's impossible, like, I'm sorry. Do you have a Google account? You have,
of course,
probably an Amazon account or a bunch of other accounts. Like, all of those contain way more information, and this information is absolutely not regulated by the government in like any direct way. So what we're stating here,
but you can sue companies for giving your information out if you get harmed in some way.
How would you know that there's a harm in the first place, right?
If you do get harmed.
Here, what you're saying is essentially it could fuck up. That's the only argument that you have. But what I can say to counter that is, well, technically, they already have all of that information. Like, this already exists.
They don't
all of
even
that
know my
information.
age. They think I was born in 1999 on April 20th.
Yeah, that's the one that you're saying, but their algorithms, they fucking know. They know more about you than you even know. So, like, the fact is,
my data could much more closely replicate someone closer to the age of 20 than 25. I get
like they know they know all of that, but not only that, like they know more about like the person you are, your choice, and all that. But at the end of the day, the argument that you're making is it could fuck up. My argument is this information is already all out there. And if we're talking about a grand fuck up, where not only we would have to fuck up on the database side of things, or on the government holding the database, and on let's say fucking Pornhub, in order to be able to link the two and to see, okay, Pornhub used this token and it happened on that date, and this token is to this person. Like, if you're talking about this level of fuck up, I mean, everything is open at that point. We know what you masturbated on since the age of fucking 5. Like, we know everything at that point. So, like, we cannot live life doubting everything like this. Like, we need to have some faith that
Also,
things will be
isn't
done correctly.
Aren't there just like the firewalls you can introduce to your network to be able to just block out those IPs in the first place and not let your child get to them? Like, wouldn't that solve the issue on a local level, and then everyone else gets to choose if they put a filter on it or not?
Well, yes and no, right? Because what you're saying,
Like,
essentially,
sure you can use a VPN, but what 5 to 11-year-olds going to know what a VPN is and how to use it correctly? Like, you usually need to get money to be able to use a VPN. Don't get me wrong. When I was young, I figured out a way to get a VPN because, well, soft Ethan. With how they do their stuff, it's you just get an OPVN file and go connect to the server.
Yeah, and same thing for me. But like here, okay, here's my issue. There's different levels where you can have disagreements, and my problem is that this is why I said you need to start by agreeing that children should not watch porn. Because
that is an assumption.
yes, because as soon as we assume that, then the idea that you can block it on your network is wholly inefficient. Because as a society, we have chosen that children should not watch porn, and letting essentially a parent have that choice is already too much. If we're saying it's to the parent's discretion, then it's easier to make the argument one way or another.
Years ago, but I saw this video by Steve Lowell where he showed something that I see on the floor.
Answer my sorry. When I use my volume up and down on my phone when it's locked, it goes and skips videos rather than actually
good.
pauses.
But yeah, if we already grant that children should not be watching porn, then this cannot be an argument. So here, this is the societal level, right? So we're asking the society, does our society want to have children watching porn? If the answer is no, then we can skip to the other argument. The argument that you're making right now is essentially, it's not that big of an issue. And that's fair. Like I've granted at the start, you can have that opinion.
Yeah.
Then we can skip to maybe some other part where you might, like I would say, social media should be restricted for children. So this is another thing where age verification might make sense, and then we can come back to this argument to then make the other arguments. But here, like I cannot debate, like this is where an opinion can be an opinion. If you just believe that it's okay for children to watch porn, it's okay. It's a valid thing to believe in. So then it's an opinion. There's nothing I can say to change that. And here, when we were talking about like the implementation part of it, my big issue was that whatever criticizing that you have to do with the implementation, if it's badly implemented, that's your lawmaker that's retarded, and all of the issues that you can blame currently on an implementation of age verification.
But you also have to rely on this software developers in the first place to be able to do it the correct way.
No, I highly disagree with that. Why would you, like, we're talking about something that is simple, right? We're not talking about quantum physics. We're talking about token and login that is referred to the government. You can literally do that with any Google login on the web right now. The description that I'm giving to you is the Google login. So,
yes,
you know, when you don't have an account, you could.
They already have put tons of developers' time into all of this. They make sure there's no way to really exploit it. But I understand your thoughts, and if you do a good implementation, I think that's perfectly viable.
Yes, like you say, they've put a lot of developer time over it. I think that people have been just making it something that is way bigger than it needs to be, because all of that technology already exists. It's already there. It's trivial to implement. It is I think that the problem that we have right now, not talking the discussion, but like the overall, like people talking about this, is they disagree with problem here, with the problem of the
implementation,
base.
really.
Not even no, they don't disagree about implementation. Implementation is an afterthought. Implementation is an excuse. They disagree that porn should be banned for minors, or that there should be any restriction based on age for any kind of content. They disagree with that, and then will try to use that in order to make arguments about the implementation. Because anybody that looks at the implementation part and stops for a second to look at how things are currently set up would see that the technology has been there since, like, it has been there for the last 20 years. I mean, the idea of having a token that is anonymized, that is generated like from a source token. Like, since when do we have OTP? Like, the one-time password is the epitome. It is like the end result of that. So for whatever time we have an OTP, then whatever time we have had the capability of that. 2006, RSA did it. Okay, so that's like one thing. But fuck, I mean, yeah, the implementation is trivial, and I think the implementation is an excuse for the prior disagreement, and it's just that people are a little bit too shy to say, like, we must agree, it is a little bit hard to say, yeah, fuck it, children's gonna watch porn. What the fuck are you gonna do with that, right? It always sounds weird to say that, so it's way easier to pretend that there's some issue on the implementation side instead of saying what they're probably feeling the most strongly about, which is there should be no verification of the age in the first place. I don't believe that age should determine what content you see.
That's kind of where I lie. Like, I just remember being under 18 and going and seeing that stuff and being like, yeah, this is reasonable for someone my age to see.
I understand that. I think the biggest and the best argument for age verification in general and limiting use of the internet would be for social media. There is no more brain fucking thing existing in this world than social media. Like, there's two vectors of this. The first one would be the fact that you can have an algorithm that will produce exactly what you want to see. So if I go and see like
pretty much an echo chamber, yeah.
Yes. So if I go and see, like, I look a lot of rage bait content for me. So essentially my algorithm is purpose built for everything I fucking hate. And when I go to my main one, it's everything I love. Yeah, the onion, that one's good. But yeah, so like this idea that people think they're getting a full plate of news. They're not. They're getting the purpose-built echo chamber that the algorithm is giving them, and they think they're getting a full view. So before, when you were watching something like Fox, something like CNN, you knew that when you were hopping on Fox, they're going to Republican the fuck up. Yeah, their bias is going to be insane. And you knew that when you were going to watch CNN, you're going to have a bunch of lefties. It's going to be like the lefties' point of view. So like, this thing is a choice that you make, and you see it, you feel it, you know it. So no one is being like, no one thinks that it's impartial at Fox, right? No one's retarded at that point. But on your media, when you scroll your feed, you don't know that. You don't feel that. You haven't made that choice. So that's the first big issue. The second one would be the perception of people in relation of social media. So if you're, like, I'll take it from the view of my daughter. Like, she's 2, so she's not affected by that. But let's think about going to, like, you're a girl, your entire worldview is shaped by the fact that the whole world, well, essentially the whole world sees you as a sex object. Let's not fucking lie, okay? Girls are fucking seen as, like, their value is derived from how beautiful they are, and they're going to get like weird looks and advances when they're like way too young. So these things exist in the real world already, and then you go on social media and you see all of these women that are using filters that are the prettiest women ever, and you are just a fucking wreck because you are a kid, you are underdeveloped, and you look at this standard of beauty that is physically impossible because these women are using filters, right? And you are going to look at this and think, I am broken because I am not to that standard. So this
it really depends on what content you consume, though. Like, if
but
you don't go on
to
Instagram or Snap, or like if you're not watching beauty videos, like if you're looking at more informative videos, people don't dress up for those like they do for, let's say, makeup tutorials.
The standard is still way the fuck up, right? When you, if you make an informative video, you're already going to present yourself, at least as a woman, you're going to present yourself not in your worst look. And this is already, like, just, like, I understand what you're saying, but this is a thing that is very hard to understand as a man because we're like completely divorced from that point of view. But little girls do get weird sexualized comments, like, from the age of 12. Like, it's insane.
Yeah. I've heard of shit like that happening. I've talked to quite a few people
And this
that
is
have had
the
those
normal.
experiences or worse.
Like, this is the normal. This is the average kid that will be that will be put on a path where they have to think about their beauty and their and how like they present themselves to the boys, because the boys, like, they think about them as objects. So like, this is all wildly bad for the mental. And I can make the same case for a boy, right? A boy will look online and they're going to see that, like, they don't have an identity yet, but they're going to see that guy, that Andrew Tate type person. And Andrew Tate is going to say to them, you know, being a man is about fucking as much bitches and having muscles. So go out, rip it out in the gym, and having money, and having a Bugatti, okay? So they're going to come out and they're going to become that, because he is a caricature of a strongman. And when you're young, when you don't have experience, that image of a strongman is appealing. It is appealing to have someone that is in control, that can just do whatever the fuck they want. But when you get older, you recognize that, oh fuck, like, this person literally has achieved nothing in their life. They're just a scourge on humanity. They essentially rape people on like every single day, and they think that it's like okay. They don't bring anything good in the economy. They raise people to essentially rape other people and to, well, use women as e-whores. So like, all of that thing is bad, but we exposed our boys to this content, and the young boy mind, the young mind has no ability to decipher what's good or what's not good. So they're going to be exposed to that, and they're going to believe it. And there you go. You've just set out your boys on a bad view, and we can say, oh well, they're only watching memes, or they're only watching informative videos, or they're only watching. The truth is, unless they don't, and unless we severely like restrict what content they have access to through age verification, it's not going to change. They're going to go watch some meme on Instagram, and it's going to be like some racist thing about how blacks like eat chickens or something. I don't know. Like it's
like, don't get me wrong. Kids really like to laugh at that, and even at my age, I still find that
it's funny.
Stuff funny.
Right? Racist memes can absolutely be funny, okay? I'll be the first one to say it. I love my racist memes. But, like, we can also understand that if someone is inundated, if they only watch these racist memes, maybe they're going to start believing that it's not just memes. So that's the true issue here. Memes are okay. But when people start believing the memes, then you're fucked. And right now, sadly, your president is believing the memes, and he's pushing the memes, right? I mean, we had Vance essentially say, I don't care if the Asians are eating the dogs or not. It makes a story, so fuck you. So like, anyway. We already know in the US it's not going to be possible to solve that while Trump is in there, but like, there's what I'm saying, the source of what I'm saying is children are not able to form their minds. And as soon as you realize that, then we need to go on to what actions are necessary in order to make sure that we don't burn them, in order to make sure that we don't
maybe really the right goal for society is to bring kids less to bring them less online and more into reality, and let them play together and actually, do things kids usually do. Like, spend their time outside a little bit, actually, get social interactions out rather than just sit in their house all day and not really learn how to talk to people.
Yeah, that's like the core thing that I got from my high school was speaking. Like, I learned nothing in high school. I would say that like my time there was useless if I'm looking at what I achieved or understood in math, in French, in English. But the socialized part, that's where it was worth my time. So yeah, we need to focus on that, absolutely. But yeah,
And really,
that's
that
why.
that just brings a lot more well-adjusted kids
Yes,
into adulthood.
absolutely. And that's why age verification, I don't believe that the implementation is an issue. That's something that is like, yes, it can be done in a bad way. I'm just saying that it's not like, it shouldn't shelve the project. It's not because you can have, like, you could have someone taking the trash, like the people taking the trash, they could leave a bunch of trash behind and like destroy your flowers each time that they pass. We wouldn't say don't pick up the trash. We would say we need to change how the fuck they pick up the trash because they're doing it bad. And same thing is with the implementation part of this. But yeah, people disagree on if we should have age verification. I do believe that it will be necessary. I do believe for a social media ban like Australia does, where I think if you're under 16, you cannot access social media. That is, to me, like a given. I don't want my daughter
I feel
to.
like 16 is almost when you're most susceptible to social media, though.
It's because you need to have some kind of path to it, right? We must realize that we cannot say you're not going to have social media, and when you get out of high school, like magically, you're going to get all the social media like at one time. No, we need to like have some kind of path where they're still in school. And I believe when you're 16, you're still in school, right? In the US,
Yes,
that's
definitely.
true too. So you should be
In fact,
still
you're
in school.
until about 18 plus if you're going to college.
Yeah, well, I was talking to high school
I'm talking
precisely.
about school, just primary though. So when I just got out of school, I was 18.
Okay. So in that world, yeah, doing it at 16 makes sense because you're going to have 2 years where 2 years or 1.5 years, who gives a fuck, where you're going to have the time to review with the class essentially what's a good engagement of social media. And we can ban social media and still allow some small social media-ish thing that is done by the school, right? The school could have its own platform where they have their own like fake social media that is highly monitored. This could be a thing. I don't think that anybody would do this because it is a high liability, but you like could still make this and I wouldn't be opposed. My issue is that the crude social media that we have today, it is there to rot the mind. There is no... Your mind cannot independently come to truth. You need to be guided towards truth, and there's no guides right now. The algorithm isn't helping that. The environment isn't helping that. And surely the school has no fucking idea how to deal with that. So, yeah, that's why to me it's a given, but I do understand the other side. But here, again, you can have an opinion about the base thing of, I do not believe that we should remove the right of a kid to have access to the internet. If you believe that it is a blanket right, I would.
Well, I feel like
understand.
internet itself is very, very useful to be able to learn stuff. But I wouldn't know practically anything about computers if it weren't for the internet.
Yeah, and we should not remove complete access from the internet, right? That's something that also is needed. Like when my daughter is going to become old enough, I'm going to show her how to look at real fucking sources, how to check government websites, how to actually make some research. So yes, she will need that. But yeah, in any way, like the TLDR, flock cameras is a decision of the people, the municipalities nearest to it. You can make the decision on both sides. I don't really care. Again, the implementation I don't think is an issue there. If it is, then make some legislation that makes sure that if there is some like that, you cannot send the data over to some foreign land or some shit. And essentially, same thing with the age verification. You can have a good opinion on age verification where you disagree that that there should be any limitation on the internet for kids, but here I do fall on the other side. I do think that the implementation are just vibes that are meant to. The implementation stress are vibes that are just meant to hide the fact that one disagrees with porns to kid or some other thing. In any case, do you have any other question? We're fucking cooking!
Let me think for a sec.
Have you looked a little bit into the AI discourse, into the data centers?
I was literally just thinking about that because I just bought a mining rig from my friend's brother for like
Okay.
$300. It has 3 GPUs and plenty of VRAM, so I can go run my own local LLMs. Also, since we last talked, I actually now have a computer that works, and it's perfect for gaming.
That's cool. That's cool. Gaming
Yeah.
is fun, especially with ADHD. Holy shit, it is too fun. But yeah, I don't know what your opinion is on it. I think that there's a lot of scaremongering on AI.
Yeah, fear-mongering.
Yeah, like AI is somehow this evil thing that is going to kill your mom.
I think at most it's going to make computer hardware more inaccessible to the layman, and the bubble at some point will probably burst. Kind of like how the dot-com bubble burst, but it still stayed around. Like we still have the internet today. It's one of the most profitable things outside of going and having a physical job.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best way to see it. I think that the opposition that is the big thing that I'm seeing politically is the opposition to
Building
AI
the data centers.
Yes, and I think that
And
this
particularly the water usage.
the water is, to me, it's retarded because it's not even true for the new one.
To be fair, if you use water, like keep in mind almost all these data centers are 240 volts rather than 120, and 3-phase power. And they use a lot of power. So
Yeah.
they have to get this heat out somewhere. So they have to go and use a water cooling loop. And I don't know exactly how it works for most data centers, but as I understand, there is some water loss in it. And, well, you don't lose water, it gets evaporated, goes into the atmosphere. But that water doesn't come back down where you got the water from.
Well, when we do research on this, we see that the data centers that actually did this, that did the evaporative,
Water cooling?
losing water to the atmosphere, the open loop, those are like the old gen. They are not being created anymore.
That's not what they're currently doing. It's
No.
closed water loops now.
Yeah,
They
all
actually
closed
have
water
heat sinks.
loops.
All right.
And
Yeah,
they're
I
like,
don't really have an issue with the water usage in the first place. I was repeating someone else's argument.
yeah,
And
and like
honestly,
that,
I stand more on the side of data centers as long as it doesn't make it more difficult to purchase housing in high population areas.
well, here maybe we will disagree, but just to state my position in full, I think that data centers are a net benefit. I think that the US public and the Canadian public too, but the US it's even more stark, has a hard time understanding how they benefit from being the world's hegemon. So you guys have always had all the servers for AWS, for Google. You have always had all of this capital come in, and you take it for a given. And now that essentially this new wave of the future, of the tech of the future is coming in, people are scared about it, but they don't understand that it always was there. And if an intelligent designer looks at this, they will want it to always be there. Canada is fighting to have these data centers.
You watch Mental Outlaw?
Mental Outlaw, I don't know his position.
He's a little bit lower down on your your feed there.
Oh well, I can find it. But yeah, okay. I'll probably hate him if I look. But yeah, anyway, like it's
He definitely uses a lot of the glowies and the low jabs.
yeah, but in
But
any
he
case,
mostly covers just like Linux news, what's happening with data breaches or whatever. Sometimes people on the darknet getting caught because they don't use proper OPSEC.
yeah, my big issue with these type of people is just that, again, to churn out more content, they end up like playing with the truth, and it's a little bit like a Lewis Rossment situation. But yeah, probably if I were to look, I'm going to say, oh, okay, he's like a conspiracy a little bit, and it's frustrating, but hey, what the fuck am I going to do with this? But
yeah, I got you.
Yeah, where were you
It's just
going to go with
interesting
that?
seeing him in your feed.
Oh, this is not my my
Main
feed.
account?
It's the live channel.
Live
so
account, yeah.
It's just a bunch of bullshit. Hey, man, but yeah, I mean, okay, so AI, let's build more of it. Let's make sure that it's done in a way that doesn't pollute like a fucking retard. Like, of course, if it uses a lot of water, we should seek to have the system that don't use a lot of water. Everyone agrees with that. No one is in a disagreement with that, even the AI companies, so much so that they have changed to closed loops, right? So this is not an issue. Where I think, one thing that you said that I think is a vector of bad ideas is this idea that it doesn't cost more to people because of AI data centers. So housing and that type of stuff. Normally, you're not going to make an AI data center in a place with a lot of houses, but you might need to destroy.
Just down the road, like not just down the road, but like within within 100 kilometers less of where I am. I know there's a pretty big city where people were literally protesting about no data centers and what have you because they wanted to put one right down there.
Yes, but here, like, you get that there's a factor of misinformation, right? So those people, if you were to ask them, do you truly think that they would know where the data center is going to go?
Oh, I could probably look it up and know where it is, but
yeah, you could. But what I would say is that most people probably don't know, and they just protest because they see people on social media that tells them that data center is going to pollute their water. I've heard that a lot. It's going to make their electricity bill way the fuck higher. It's going to get them out of their houses.
We only have so much electricity, so if you are using a shitload from our grid, then you end up with less for the rest of the world, especially during the summer when everyone's using AC. But
yes,
you
but
just
then
tell the data centers to turn off during the summers when we have high power draw. We don't really have that issue.
Well,
at least
that's
in urban
not
areas.
Yeah, but that's not a possibility, right? So what you would do if you were trying to maximize for all of this is you would actually create more production. You know, the same Biden electrification fucking bills that he was trying to pass, where he was giving away money so that people could have solar panels and shit and windmills. I don't know. Maybe canceling those wouldn't have been that that bad. No,
I wouldn't mind some government assistance on putting solar on my stuff. Like I love the concept of solar and being able to just save it in some batteries locally on site rather than having to pay a power company.
But even the power company, right? In the summer, you have a high production when you need it, and these can still produce year round. They're less efficient, of course, in the winter, but still, like, it just makes sense to have more solar. But like the issue here, if there's not enough power, the issue shouldn't be, okay, let's stop progress. Let's make sure that we stay with the horse carriage here because we don't have enough oil to put in the car. No, find more oil to put in the car. Find more electricity. Make more, right? That should be at least I thought that was the American way. The American way was to see something that is essentially impossible and be like, fuck you, I'll do it. So when I see this...
Really, when I see like, the American way, I think of it mostly as just capitalism, where you go and see, oh, where is there a need? Oh shit, there's a need over here. Let's go meet that need and make a shitload of money.
Well, yeah. And why not apply that to power? So, like, to me, the power argument is kind of useless. Like, I understand, oh my god, power is going to cost
but we
more.
haven't been upgrading our power infrastructure much. So, if we upgrade that, I think we are on the right path for data centers pretty much everywhere.
Yes, but that should happen, right? It should happen that we upgrade the power.
Doesn't
power
mean it
grid.
necessarily will.
Well, but then the issue is somewhere else. Okay, okay. Let's drop that part. It's not that important.
Exactly. I think there should be more data centers personally.
I think we agree on that.
Outweigh the risk.
And a thing that I would like you to keep in mind, maybe you have that in mind. You've probably heard some stories about like people having to sell their house because of AI data centers or power lines and shit.
That's because if you're trying to acquisition a whole bunch of area, you're going to try to buy people out. You can refuse to be bought out though, unless you have a fucking mortgage, and at that point, it depends on how far out you are, and I think they can buy your mortgage and be like, hey, you're done here, get out.
Well, you can always be bought out. You can always be bought out through eminent domain. So, like, you don't have a choice there.
Isn't that particularly for governmental stuff, like roads?
There's some state that it's stronger than other, but eminent domain, at least at the federal level, it needs to be a public good. And an AI data center would fit the description of public good, or at least the power line for it.
That would serve more people than just in the state itself.
I don't know what would make it a federal purview or something that would be within a state. I cannot speak to that. But here, one thing that I want you to keep in mind when you read these stories or when you see these stories, a lot of people will say, I was forced out of my home. Like, I think there was one... goddamn brain, Georgia AI data center power line. This story is fucking crazy. So this person is essentially saying they stole my home because I'm forced to sell because they have to pass power lines through my property essentially, and they are forcing me to sell my home. Now,
yeah, but are they getting the full price of the house?
Oh,
like,
my
I'd
friend.
argue that's probably...
My friend, you're going to shit yourself, okay? So
I'm guessing they get paid out really well.
So in these situation, there's going to be appraisal and be offering and have the fair market value. So if you go through the legal route,
market value.
Wait a second. So if you do the if you go through the law, you're going to end up with a judge saying, okay, this is the fair market value, and you're going to be paid out the fair market value. So exactly the value of the house. But most data center company don't want to do that. They want to be faster than going to a judge. So what they will do is they will give you a higher bid, but that's after negotiation. So the first bid they're going to do is a shit bid, right? So for example, I live into, we could say a $250,000 house. So if a AI data center company comes to me and says, hey, we need your property, we give you $250,000, I would say no. And everyone with a fucking brain would say no. But of course, every company is going to low bid you. That's their job. And after that, they're going to come to a negotiated settlement where they offer you something that is good for you, or else they go and seek the law. What she got, okay, so the first offer was $100,000 under what she believes the value of the house was. I hope we can find it. I saw it somewhere.
Yeah, it was on one of the articles we had open. This one, I think.
The other one
was
didn't
the
have.
first.
No, those one don't have the full numbers. That's why I am skipping them.
Gotcha.
It just said the 100,000 thing, but
Gotcha.
it is insane. I believe they got 250,000 over the value of the appraisal that she gave, and the appraisal that she gave was already over the appraisal done by the company. So you're talking about fucking life
and
changing.
then a lot of people are theorizing the housing market's going to go way down in Michigan just because of the fact that there's something about, I don't recall exactly what legislation's about to go through, but in Michigan, I believe a lot of houses will lose a lot of value soon. So either, like, I assume
haven't
that's not
looked-
Michigan though.
I haven't looked at that, but 200,000 above the appraisal done by the person herself, and 275,000 over. Sorry, did I say
Zillow's
under?
value.
I said
Dang.
oh, yeah. So this person is still crying about it. They're still saying,
Yeah,
"I
no,
wanted
I
this
just
to
find
be
a new house."
like, yeah." I mean, if someone comes
Like,
to
sure,
me,
sure, if this house has been in my family for a couple generations or even just one generation, I could understand it having sentimental value. But like, they paid you the 250K of sentimental value you got out of that house.
yeah, like let's go on Google Map and let's have an idea of what that house was. Okay, let's fucking live in
I'd
it.
be very careful about going on Google Maps. It knows roughly your location.
Oh, I know. I live somewhere here. So who gives a fuck? But yeah, I guess we could do power. What's the name of the power company? Because if the power goes from there, like just to Georgia Power. Okay. Because we're probably talking about a house that is like, it looked like a $200,000 house. Okay, I'm sorry, it looked like a 200,000 house.
In Michigan, I know roughly what my house costs. It's somewhere around 500K, I think. And I think that house was 50 square feet more. So, like,
But like the place
keep in
where
mind that that's a
means a
completely
lot.
different location. Yeah.
Yeah. Can we have an idea with the fucking map? What it looked like? I don't know if we're going to be able to find it that way.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't be mad if I had my house bought out by a data center for a couple or 100,000 more than it's worth.
I would be
Shit,
so happy. Holy.
I'm sure my dad would jump on that opportunity immediately. He would
Like-
not have a second thought.
Yeah, you're telling me that I'm going to... Like, this is life-changing money. I could literally stop
Buy, like-
working. I could literally downsize my house, invest it all, and because I live like a fucking roach, I could stop working. So
When you say you live like a roach, do you mean like just in the fact that you live very frugally?
yeah.
Gotcha.
But like, what are we talking about? Like, are we talking about that fucking type of house? Like, I just don't know what to... Like, I don't know. When I see these, people are getting like the most generationally life-changing money, and they're still yelling about it. And the crazy part...
Yeah, it's because there's always going to be people whining about it and trying to get sympathy online, or even just on the news.
Yeah.
Like,
And
and
like
keep in mind that the news themselves want to find people like this so that
Yeah.
they can make it seem like there's a problem.
And it's just crazy. Like, this is... I
Like,
just don't know.
I'd be upset if my house was taken with just imminent domain, but if I'm getting paid a crap load more, I ain't gonna complain.
Yeah, like no AI company is going to offer you under market value for your house, because they know, like, if they have to pay 50K of lawyers in order to get through to that shit, and to be able to eminent domain your house, why not just give that offer straight away, like a higher offer, so that you don't lose out
and
on the
save
time,
like
so that you don't
half
the lawyer
cost
fees.
of paying the lawyers. Yeah.
Yeah, like they don't want this. So I hate this, and I'm sure if we look this, we're going to
Like
fucking kill
it hurts
ourselves.
everyone if you go into court for it. Though.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a pretty big house.
Oh, Georgia Manor Road.
Manor Road.
Okay.
2480 Manor Road.
Yeah, let's get into incognito. Google Map. Okay. 248 Manor.
What do you use Gemini for?
Gemini is. Wait a second, I'm fucking that up. Maybe not. Who knows? We'll see. Gemini is useful to me to make sure that I'm not fucking up any research.
Yeah, so if you have your script, you feed it to Gemini and be like, "Hey, do I have any issues here? Do I need to change some things?"
First of all, I don't have a script, but you need to be very precise in order to get the AI to correct you on something, or else
Yes,
it's just
of course.
vibing out.
Yeah.
But wait a second, I miswrote that.
And with
right?
with your kernel videos, you have to do a script for that, right? Or do you kind of just wing it and then put do you set up the video afterwards? Like the slides you do?
The slides are afterwards. So I have this. This is kind of a
Obsidian?
script, but it's, yeah, in Obsidian, that's
See,
like,
it's more like talking points that you have to hit and
yeah.
Gotcha.
So I do some research. I describe the research, and what's going to happen is most of the time I'll read either all of this out loud, or I'll read it beforehand, and then I'll like TLDR it, because when I understand the concept, it's way easier to like flesh out where it's complicated. But yeah, so that's the place. Can we find the house? Can we find the house? Oh, Georgia plant. It looked like a house that was made on the longer form. Where would they pass through? I guess they would pass.
It looks like it was in one of the areas with the greener trees.
Well, we can just take a look. What's the name of the site? Is Willow? No, not Willow. What's the Zillow?
Not to be confused with Willow.
Indeed. I think we can just get a map. Not my home, you dipshit. Okay, let's go just city. That's Atlanta? We're not at the right place then. Fucking hell. Let's just look at the city itself.
It say
it said the city. Somewhere under. That's the wrong one. Okay, in Noonan. Okay.
probably look for a playset though I think the trees might cover it, playset in a pool. Because it looks like that house had a playset in a pool.
No, there's like multiple people that they're talking about there.
So gotcha.
That's why. But here we have an idea. So we're like, that looks like a further down house. So I guess if we look a bit further.
They probably got like 500, 600K out of their house. Like for getting bought out and everything.
Nah,
holy
look at
crap, that's a small house for that much.
Oh yeah, they might have gotten 600K, but like we're talking, like that's what 600K gives you, and like that's the fucking trash that they live in. Sorry, I'm being rude, but like it's nothing compared to 600K. So I'm sorry, even if you're born here or whatever, like you're not entitled.
It ain't really worth that, but hey, good for you for getting the money.
Yeah, like this looks, this is it. Okay, this is it. This is their fucking house. Well, not their house, but it looks
it's
looks like
practically
it.
the same. So yeah, they probably got about 500K or something like that.
If they said that they got 275K above the Zillow price, so yes, we're talking about 600K. So these motherfuckers are
complaining about that.
Yeah, you're complaining about that. I mean, I would like to complain. Oh, I'm going to have to go anyway, so if you're still there. Oh, rip. In any case, that was a nice stream. Oh, I need that.
This cube cured my mortality. All the people here who bought this wireless tungsten cube to admire its surreal heft have precisely the wrong mindset. I, in my exalted wisdom and unbridled ambition, bought this cube to become fully accustomed to the intensity of its density, to make its weight bearable, and in fact normal to me, so that all the world around me may fade into a fluffy arena of gravitational inconsequence. And it has worked, to profound success. I have carried the tungsten with me, have grown attached to the downward pull of its small form, its desire to be one with the floor. This force has become so normal to me that lifting any other object now feels like lifting cotton candy, or a fluffy pillow. Big, burly, manly men who pump iron now seem to me as little children who raise mere aluminium. I can hardly remember the days before I became a man of tungsten. How distant those days seem now, how burdened by the apparent heaviness of everyday objects. I laugh at the Philistines who still operate in a world devoid of tungsten, their shoulders thin and unempowered by the experience of bearing tungsten. Ha! What fools! Blissful in their ignorance, anesthetized by their lack of meaningful struggle, devoid of passion. Nietzsche once said that a man who has a why can bear almost any how, but a man who has a tungsten cube can bear any object less dense, and all this talk of why and how becomes unnecessary. Schopenhauer once said that every man takes the limits of his own field of vision for the limits of the world. Tungsten expands the limits of a man's field of vision by showing him an example of increased density.
Alright, that was a nice tungsten meme that I put there. No, I was going to fuck off, so thank you for this nice discussion, if you're still here.
Yep.
It was a very fun talk. I'll be there tomorrow if ever you have time, or the once.
I'll probably be here.
Cool. So if you want to have a good yap, I'll be more than happy to yap again. But yes, it was very fun. I hope that you had fun too. And do you have anything else before we go? I don't know. Do you have something to say to the stream?
Not much of anything.
That's fair.
Let's just have a good day.
Absolutely. Good day to you. Good day to anyone watching. Bye-bye.
See you.